All right, good morning, everybody. How are you doing? Hope you all traveled well and had a nice journey here. So I just want to welcome you all to the 2024 MAAS conference. And it's such a great honor to be gathered here with you, my esteemed colleagues, sharing a passion for African studies, right? So as we celebrate this milestone as MAAS, we just reflect a little bit on the history of the Mid-American Alliance of African Studies, founded to promote scholarship, foster collaboration, and amplify the voices of Africanist scholars. And I believe we have grown as an organization, right, into a vibrant network that champions research and advocacy. So this year's theme, for me, was especially poignant because, growing up in Africa, in Zimbabwe, there's a lot of misinformation, disinformation, and epistemic violence, right? We can talk anything from health issues. There's a lot of disinformation and misinformation about things. We can talk about cultural aspects. We can talk about economic issues. We can talk about politics and stuff like that. So I really found this one to be really, really interesting to me. Like, okay, so I just want to hear what else is coming, what other misinformation, disinformation, and epistemic violence is coming out from different corners of Africa. So yeah, and our discussions here, I think they are very crucial in addressing these challenges and reclaiming our narratives. And especially in this digital age that we are living in, we also, especially during COVID pandemic, right? And there was a lot that was going on. So hopefully during this conference, we come up with some crucial issues, crucial points in addressing these challenges. So as we begin, I'll just like to remind us of a couple of things. There is the Ken Lohrentz Graduate Prize for the graduate students who are presenting and want to submit their papers for consideration for this award. We have extended the deadline to the 15th of November, so you have got time to submit your paper for the award. So, hey, if you submit and you're the only one, you automatically get the award. So give it a go. You never know. You might be the only one, right? So give it a go. And then the other thing I want to remind us is tomorrow in the afternoon, we're going to have a business meeting. And part of that, we are going to be appointing a new board. So I'd like to encourage us to, to put our names forward to be part of the board. I'm currently the president of MAAS, and Elizabeth is currently the president-elect, vice president. We will talk more about it as we go during the conference. And we want to, unfortunately, because of some events, this board has just been made up of the two of us, and it's supposed to have at least 4 members, right? 5 members. But this year, it has just been the two of us. So if the organization is to continue and to grow and to go forward, we need people to step up and say, you know what, I want to be on the board, right? So Jermaine tomorrow will help us and explain what it entails and give us some information of the bylaw so we can, we can just volunteer and put our names forward and be part of this. And a few housekeeping notes. The bathrooms go out, turn left and straight up. Yeah, pretty much that's it. You just go out straight up and you find the bathrooms. And then we are going to have lunch today, and then we're going to have a dinner tonight. So I hope after the last presentation today, we will have a dinner reception for all of us. Feel free to come. We hope you come. We want you to come. It's an opportunity to network, talk to people that you've never seen before, find out about countries that you've never, people from countries that you've never interacted with before. I think I saw someone from Senegal, right? Was there someone from Senegal? Sir, where are you from? No, he's not from Ghana. Where are you from? Yes, Burkina Faso. I think this is the first time I'm meeting someone from Burkina Faso. So I was like, yay, my list of people from African countries is growing. So I'm going to take Burkina Faso on my list, right? So the dinner is a good place to do that. And then lastly, we just want to thank our collaborating partners who have helped us immensely. That's KASC and KUMC OIP. Sorry, I always get that. OIP, Office of International Programs. Right. So they have been a very great help in putting this conference together. So I'm going to call up Glenn Adams from KASC, and he's got a few things to say.
Thank you very much, Christabel. Yeah, my name is Glenn Adams. I'm the director of the Kansas African Studies Center at the University of Kansas, and the KASC for short. KASC has been a partner of MAAAS for the existence of both, basically. So from the beginning of MAAAS, the first MAAAS meeting happened at the University of Kansas, and the Kansas African Studies Center was a pivotal part of the founding of the organization. And they've grown up together and need each other and work with each other. And this is an expression of that. I want to also thank the Christabel and Elizabeth for doing a lot of work to get this conference ready to go. We should all express our appreciation to them over the course of the 2 days, because they've done a large share of the work that's involved in this. And also to the KU Med Center. We would not be able to have such a nice conference without their very generous logistical support. And we appreciate that very much and look forward to more collaboration. There are a lot of interesting things going on at KUMC regarding the African continent, and I encourage you to check some of those things out. A little bit about the Kansas African Studies Center, because I want everybody to know some of the opportunities that are available. We are a Title VI National Resource Center. That means we get money from the U.S. Department of Education, Foreign Language, International and Foreign Language Education Division, to support study of Africa and African languages. We regularly teach and give fellowships for 4 African languages: Arabic, Kiswahili, Wolof, and beginning this year, Yoruba. If you have graduate students or are a graduate student and you want to learn one of those languages, you can get a stipend of up to $20,000 as a graduate student for the academic year, or $3,500 during the summer to study one of these languages. And we do the classes virtually in the summer, so you don't even have to be in Lohrentz. That's one of the things that we do that you may have an interest in. We also have programs for scholars who are in the Mid-America region, the Midwest region, the Great Plains region. One of those is a virtual affiliate fellowship. It's not a lot of money, but it's an opportunity to use KU virtual resources and also to be part of the KASC community. And our fall 2024 fellow will be attending the conference. That is Dr. Gladys Mwangi from Johnson County Community College. So please, when she's here, you can talk to her. And I think we'll have a couple of the former fellows from the Mid-America, Midwest, the Great Plains region as well. These opportunities that KASC has also extend to scholars on the African continent. So if you have collaborators or you're joining us today from the African continent, we also have a virtual affiliate fellowship for scholars on the African continent. Same parameters apply. People receive a small $250 stipend, and we publicize their work, and they have opportunities to use digital resources at KU. They become a full research fellow of the university through the Kansas African Studies Center. That's one opportunity for scholars in African settings. The other important opportunity is a COIL award. COIL is Cooperative Online International Learning. And we have a $5,000 award for an African partner who partners with somebody at a KU professional school, including the Med Center schools, 3 schools at the Med Center here. Each partner gets $5,000 to create some kind of international learning experience. So if you have colleagues or you're interested in this yourself, please invite them to consider this opportunity. I am not going to say anything more. I want us to enjoy the conference. I'll be saying more about this throughout the conference and trying to talk to people about the various programs that we have to encourage you to apply for them. I do want to leave you, though, with to second Christabel's request that you consider joining the leadership of the organization, involving yourself in the organization. If you find the meetings to be interesting and you attend regularly and you're in the region, then I think you might start hearing a voice from inside your head and outside your head asking to step up and help out in the running of the organization. Thank you very much and welcome to MAAAS 2024. So I should mention that we have some sessions, we have two rooms that you haven't figured it out. We have two rooms, some sessions will be here. These are the session A, 1A, 2A, 3A, etc. Session B, 1B, 2B, 3B will be next. So if you're online and you want to attend a different session, there are different links for the two different rooms. So you are on the link for the A session, and that was also the link for the welcome session. But if you want to attend the talks that are on the B session and you have the program with you, you can join that link now. Thank you.
So welcome again to MAAAS, and we're going to start our first session. I'm looking for Elizabeth Kaganda Jackson. Is she in the room or virtually online? Okay. Okay, hopefully she'll come online later. So on this session, we have Victor Asaju and Emmanuel Ojalabi. And what I'm asking is that we hold questions until after the presentations. I will give a 5-minute and 3-minute warning and a 1-minute warning to end each presentation. And then we'll take questions. I'll take 3 questions for the panel at the beginning, and then we'll see how much time we have left to take more. So with that said, I'd like to introduce Victor Asaju. And he's going to present on the unheard voices, memories, movement, narratives of African agency in Kaba Division Native Authority Court, Northern Nigeria, 1904 to 1968. I'd ask that anybody that's virtual keep their mics off while he's presenting and enjoy. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Can I go ahead?
Yeah, do you have a slide deck that you need to share?
Can I
Are you going to
Pardon?
be sharing any slides today?
Okay, let me share my slide.
Yep.
Okay. Oh. Please, can you see there?
No, it doesn't look like you've started sharing yet.
Can you see now?
Nope. You
What
should have the share button on the bottom of the window. You'll click that, and then it'll ask you which screen to share.
Yes, I'm trying to do that.
Okay.
Trying to do that. Can you see now?
No, not yet.
Not yet. Okay.
Well,
You can see?
is this one of the presentations that we have? I don't know which presentations that we have. Was that no? This is
Not
probably
yet.
not it.
Not yet.
Earlier? Did you send your presentation via email?
Can you see now?
No, it's not coming.
Is it showing? Okay, please, is it possible for me to share from
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Is it possible you share from your end?
We will need to see if someone has your slide deck.
You should, it's forwarded. He said forwarded to you.
Okay, so it's it's this one?
Victor.
I actually sent it to you, so.
Okay.
Yes, you just passed.
This one?
No.
Go back up,
Go up.
go up.
Victor? Okay.
Yeah, that one.
Can I go ahead?
Just give us 1 second. We're getting pulled up right now.
Okay.
Then can you control it?
No, we'll have to control it from here.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
so from here.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much. Good evening from Nigeria. As you have heard my name, I am Asajo Olasunkanmi Victor, and I'm a PhD student in the Department of History, University of Ghana. I am currently ending my year 2, and my thesis focuses on the Native Courts Administration in Kaba Division, Northern Nigeria, 1904 to 1968. And this title of the paper that I'm about to present on, I actually got wind of the title when I was carrying out my field work in the archives. I stumbled on documents that actually relate to me some of the roles that the indigenous actors played in the services of native courts during the British colonial period in Kaba Division. So as you have heard, the topic I'll be presenting on this evening is the unheard voices, memories, movements, and the narrative of African agency in Kaba Division, Native Courts, Northern Nigeria, 1904 to 1968. You can please kindly go to the next line. Yes, the next slide, please. Okay, these are my presentation outline. The background to the study, definition of terms, research problem, discussions, methodology, and conclusion. And so I try to define some of the key words in my work. The first one here is the native courts. When we talk about native courts, what do we mean by these native courts? It is a generic name which encompassed the various indigenous judicial tribunals in pre-colonial Africa, but subsequently it was reconstituted under the British colonialists with the aim of administering customary law among the native population. Although they didn't actually stick, the colonial power didn't stick to this. Also, you can see that the work terminates in 1968, and the reason why I chose 1904 as my starting year and 1968 as my terminal year is that in 1904 was when the first native court was established in Kaba Division. Now, because the Protectorate of Northern Nigeria was created in 1900, and in that 1900, May precisely in 1900, the Lord Lugard, who was the High Commissioner, the pioneer High Commissioner of Northern Protectorate, enacted the first Native Court proclamation in order to, inject the new legal system into the area called Kaba Division. And so also another key point here that I want us to clarify is Kaba Division itself. Now, Kaba Division is was an administrative unit that was created, and according to Lugard in 1906, he had a passion to bring governance close to the people at the grassroots. And so after the creation of the provinces in 1900, he came up with the idea of creating an administrative unit that he later called divisions. And under the larger Kaba province, about 4 divisions were created, and Kaba division happened to be one of these divisions. They were created in 1906. Can we move to the next slide, please? Next slide, please. Yes, and this is the background to the study. Kaba is a very important area in northern Nigeria. And as I said, it's happened, the community itself happened to be one of the first headquarters of the provinces that was created in 1900. And later, it was further split into a division in 1906. So it's one of the first territories that were even were taken over by the British colonial authorities in northern Nigeria in 1888, when the Royal Niger Company first occupied the area, and they were licensed to carry out both trading activities and also to administer the people. Presently, the area that used to be known as Kaba Division is now located in Kogi State and in northern Nigeria. And the people that predominantly occupy this area are the Yoruba, though sometimes people refer to them as the minority Yoruba in northern Nigeria. Okay, and we had it in history that they have occupied the region they are even since far before colonialism began. And most parts of this Kaba division lived without chiefs or any centralized political organization before colonial rule. I think this is one of the things that actually fascinated the British colonialists when they came. When they came to the area, they noticed that the people, unlike those in the Emirates part of northern Nigeria, they did not have a centralized political system. So that actually caught the attention of the British colonialists. And so they had evolved a legal system that culminated in indigenous courts, which was known as Ajewo in some areas, while the Council of Elders constituted tribunals in other parts of Kaba Division. And some of these courts, the pre-colonial court system that they had then, one of the tools, one of the means they used to dispense justice was what we call trial by ordeal. If you committed an offense and the elders, the Council of Elders gave their verdicts, and maybe if you don't want to agree, or you are trying to, deny what the offense you have committed, there's a kind of, sometimes there were kind of, things they do and ask the person, the offender, to, undergo, so that, and at the end of the day, such offenders may face the consequences, Okay, so, however, contacts with the British colonial rule in the 20th century changed the narrative of this legal system. Please, I should be in 2 now, not 3. Can you go back, please?
Yeah.
Yes, and so on the 1st of January 1900, as I said, I've said this, I'm not going to take time spend more time on that. Lord Lugard created the Protectorate of Northern Nigeria and subsequently emphasized the importance of native administration to the people. And thereafter, the Native Courts Proclamation number 5 of 1900, which according to Lugard meant to produce a new legal system for the whole of Northern Nigeria. And that proclamation was further repealed and reenacted in 1902. And that established the first native courts in Kaba Division in 1904, alongside 79 others in Northern Nigeria. But unlike the emirate parts of Northern Nigeria with an existing political structure that suited the British legal policy, Kaba was highly decentralized, hence it became difficult for the British to get people in mass into this native court system. Ideally, the native court itself was supposed to build on the existing indigenous legal system. However, its jurisdiction was based primarily on the wholesale adoption of British common law. And one vital issue in the course of establishing native courts in the Kaba division was the issue of repugnancy doctrine. That is, the British came up with, in order to invalidate some of the customary laws that they thought those laws were not in tandem with the colonial, lifestyle, colonial English laws. So they came up with this repugnancy doctrine that actually talked about natural justice, equity, and a good conscience. Okay. So let me quickly move to the next slide, please. I want to talk about my research problem first. Okay. I want to say, can you move to the next slide, please? Research problem, please. Next slide. Next slide, yes. Let me say that despite the various scholars that have, written works on northern Nigeria and Kaba division area itself, lack of adequate attention to the specific experiences and perspectives of indigenous populations within the colonial judicial system has been an issue over time. And just as I said earlier when I started my presentation, that I actually got wind of this topic when I was in the archives, and that was around June this year. Okay, native courts was seen as an arena of power contestation, negotiation, and resource control, together with assertion of autonomy, because there was this notion that the British colonialists did not allow the indigenous population to play their role, in the course of introducing their own legal system in Nigeria. But I'm trying to debunk this notion, and that also prompted me into writing this paper. And so my central argument actually focuses on how African individuals navigated the colonial legal system and contributed to the shaping of their own narratives within the constraints imposed by colonial authority. The next slide, aim. Now, the aim of the study is to unearth the narratives of African agency and how their experiences shaped the legal proceedings and outcomes in Kaba division Native Authority courts between 1904 to 1968. And so the advent of native courts ushered in significant changes, not just to the judicial landscape, but the entire socio-political space. Such changes include the introduction of chieftaincy institution in the area. As I said initially, that most parts of Kaba division never had chieftaincy system before colonialism began. And so also political centralization was attempted. The British authority attempted to introduce political centralization, but that one never saw the light of the day. That actually took place between 1914 and 1917. Okay, let me move to the next slide because of my time. So now, because of my stay in the archives, I actually stumbled on some key figures that played critical roles in the course of administering native courts in Kaba division. And one of them, as you can see here in my slide, is this Bayero Ajibo Hokon. I learned that, I read in some of the documents that I stumbled on in the archives, that this Bayero Ajibo Hokon became the first president of native courts in Kaba division. Now, before then, when the colonial authority came it was so lucky. It was one of the first figures that the colonial authority met on ground, and he was able to, convince his people and, actually made them to accept colonial British colonial rule in that region. And so also he played a key role. And when I went to the field also, I was taken to the relics, the courts they were using as at that time. We still have the relics around that Kaba area. I was also there around July of this year. I went there, I saw the relics, and they took me around all the courts, though it has become dilapidated now, but at least the relic is still there. So I saw the first court that was built in that area, where this Ajibohun and others, sat to, alongside other indigenous, people to, hear cases and also give their verdicts. Okay, so also the introduction of, he was not the only person. We also have people like that I also saw their names in the archives. We have people like Ankwiton or Bono, still in that Kaba division axis.
Yeah.
Then we also have, you say what?
You have 3 minutes.
Okay. So let me try and round off. Thank you. And so we also have others like Ajibola and, so many others that I stumbled on their roles during my stay in the archives. So my research methodology, I've said I adopted qualitative methodology using the historical methods of primary and secondary sources. I was in the archives throughout the month of June. I was there from archives. I also went to the field to interview people. So I conclude my presentation by saying that the local agency did not only enhance community engagement, but also fosters resilience and adaptability in dispute resolutions practices in Kaba division. Hence, these dual functions illuminate the potential for indigenous legal systems to influence broader legal reforms in Nigeria by emphasizing the importance of culturally relevant approaches to justice. Thank you for listening to my presentation. Thank you.
Oh, can you stop sharing your screen? Yeah. There's nothing there. Oh, stop share. Okay, okay, there we go. Thank you. I didn't look up. So next we have Emmanuel Ojalabi. He's from Texas Tech University, and his presentation is on discourse, latency, and diplomatic interpretation, recontextualizing Cold War perspectives in the Nigerian Biafra War, 1967 to 1970. Please welcome Emmanuel.
Hi, everyone. I hope you can hear me clearly. Please let me know if you can hear me clearly, because I'm using technologies here. I never know how these things work. Oh, great. That would be wonderful. Thank you for this presentation, ma'am, and for the introduction. My name is Emmanuel Ojalabi, as you rightly pronounced. I'll be discussing discourse latency and diplomatic interpretation, trying to recontextualize Cold War perspective in the Nigerian Biafran War, 1967 to 1970. Since the topic of the presentation today is of course misinformation and epistemic violence, I will crave your indulgence to commit some violence by not having slides, but trying to give this as in a lecture format, so that I can force my audience to listen closely to me, however difficult that is. But please let me know if at any point in the presentation you can't hear me clearly. Well, I'm focusing on 2 telegrams here from U.S. U.S. consulate in Lagos to the State Department from the office of course, Ambassador, Albert Matthews, in which I examined the discourse of, their own discourse of the Nigerian public opinion assessed through newspaper publications, radio programs, and opinion columns. And the spine of this work is really the work of Deepak Chakrabarty on provincializing Europe, his adoption of Ferdinand de Saussure concept of the sign of concept and sound image. I argue here that the delivery and the interpretation of public opinion in Nigeria during the Nigerian Biafran War by commentators and the US consulate in Nigeria, respectively, were happening within distinctive yet constitutive context, while the opinions of the Nigerian public discourse were about the United States policies ambiguity towards Nigeria during this critical time. The US consulate interpreted these arguments solely through the lens of Cold War rhetorical repertoires. Consequently, critical appraisers of US friendliness, despite its ambiguity, and flirtations with ideas of African non-aligned socialism were constantly, presented as evidence to the State Department of the gradual loss of Nigeria to the cold hands of communism by the US Council. I argue in this paper that the discursive practices alluded herein and the US consulate's interpretation of Nigerian public opinion, removed from official policies, between Lagos and Washington, were generative of power. This is especially so because the same discursive conditions were present and more ambitious on the other side of the conflict. And I'm talking about the Biafran propaganda to the Western audience. And of course, to start us up with the idea I'm trying to enunciate here, Deepak Chakrabarty was pointing us to this idea of language as a very corrosive term or as a very corrosive agent of history. Language itself does not retain, a permanent meaning, when it transcends to places and across time. This is a critical example that we are seeing here, a sample of how the Nigerian public was expressing its concern over the US political ambiguity towards the position of Nigeria during the Nigerian Civil War. Refusing to sell weapons, of course, was the major uproar in Nigeria. But then the US is constantly interpreting this uproar as, the increasing Soviet influence in Nigeria. Deepak Chakrabarty here asks us to ask this critical question when we are looking at these sort of evidence. Ask a question about how thought was related to place. Can thought transcend places of their origin, or do places leave their imprint on thought in such a way as to call into question the idea of purely abstract categories? And I argue here in this paper that time was not synchronic, but diachronic, and discourse was not unified, transcending borders with identical hermeneutic structures and ambitions, but that it was loaded with divergence of meanings and ambitions, including those in these samples of US alignment with State Department foreign policy and the consulate officers' hope to influence US policy in the interest of the mission on the one hand. And on the other hand of this same discourse is Nigerians' public media's attempt to signify knowledge and agency to the American audience on the other hand. At the end of this paper, we'll be pointing to the prospect of using this methodology to perhaps review and interpret what transpired during the Nigerian Civil War, especially on the Biafran side, beyond the structuralist analysis of material, except if such materials are concepts and sound image, wherein we are made, wherein meanings were made against their opposite. Truth is made subjective. Time is ambiguous. And it's discontinuous, it's parallel, and simultaneous as discourse swing between Nigeria and the US. In this interpretation of history, I'm stealing away from canonical works here, I'm not claiming this to be mine. Not only are the third world actors as subalterns are rescued from neglect, but also the agency of those who lost their cause in history are rescued from historical oblivion. So going to the discourse latency, what do we mean by latency? Of course, I think experts in this conference will already know the reference to latency here in cultural studies, Edward said and co. But in order not to bore us with those niceties, we might move on to what I'm trying to say. The US policy towards Africa in the 1960s, I am saying, is basically interventionist. And this is close to Elizabeth Smith's work on intervention in Africa from the Cold War period to the war on terrorism. This was a policy direction that was born out of the contemporary Cold War situation and also latent discourse of the distrust of the African mind as fragile, brutal, misinformed, childish, incompetent, corrupt. Sometimes these things are referred to as a comic opera. African wars are referred to as comical, just brutish and senseless. And of course, the Cold War complicated things. Elizabeth Schmidt referred to the disposition towards Africa during the Eisenhower's administration to say high-level officers in the Eisenhower administration, which took office as African nationalist movement gained momentum, viewed African nationalism with suspicion, considering anti-colonial movements to be the product of external communist subversion. Even the Soviet Union at the time, the Soviet Union was primarily concerned with securing its parameters and surrounding them with, compliance regimes that would forestall future invasions, suffering from, of course, the history of the Nazi invasions. However, the country also took interest in third world decolonization, which offered the possibility of new alliances in the struggle against Western imperialism. And the third theory here will be the most recent one. Of course, it's the Emmanuel Achiampong's mention of Adam Getachews world making, which is a Nelson Goodman term. But the idea of the world making is that during the post-Second World period, African agency became more pronounced as, during the creation, of the United Nations, which, created the avenue of like collective discourse, within that chambers. The General Assembly became like a opposing discourse manufacturer or reality manufacturer as against the Security Council. And, African agency became more pronounced in non-alignment policy, the Pan-Africanist movement, associations like the All-African People's Conference of Nkrumah in Ghana. We had the Association of Southeast Asian countries in Southeast Asia, ECOWAS in South Africa, in Western Africa, and all that. The paradox in these kind of arrangements is that most of these globalized organizations, as Fanon to Achille Mbembe, have, constantly try to remind us were created for the ease of global governance. But the paradox here is that even though they were created for the ease of global governance by the superpowers, it also created the platforms for, these African countries to make their claims. The problem, especially, and this is an Achille Mbembe's claim following Fanon, is that there is the constant perpetuation of the Manichaeism of the African agency. The African is not capable of critical thought. In fact, the African country should perpetually be in a state of inertia. And in this inertia, when it makes agentic moves, these agentic moves must be something impressed upon it or forced upon it by an external force. And this is the way that the US or the West generally looks at Africa. It might not pronounce this in its documents, but this is the general attitude. This is the mentality that you can see in most of these documents, these letters, and these State Department telegrams between the consulates in Nigeria or in Moscow, or anywhere discussing African people. The case of newspaper reporting in Nigeria during this period and the reception of the public opinions in the US is a perfect illustration of these three theories. This concept and sound image of Chakrabarty, the approach towards Africa by Smith, and world-making view where the African agency is more pronounced by Achiampong. Well, I am saying against what Achiampong has done, I'm selecting a much more smaller material, looking at just a small group of newspapers that are described in diplomatic discussions. And in these newspapers, what we can see here, number one that I isolated is a telegram to the Department of State on May 25, 1967, where a certain Dr. Tunji Otegbaye was described as the proclaimed Nigerian socialist of the time, who was working, of course, with the labor unions and, of course, making claims of, of course, workers' claims and all these social upheavals to the Nigerian military government. The Ambassador Matthews was worried about the messaging of Otegbaye, that his messaging was so eloquently parroting the claims or the socialist agendas of the USSR. The problem of this particular telegram is that for an observer, this concern for Dr. Otegbaye's rhetoric was curious, because the bilateral relationship between the military government and the Yakubu Gowon administration at the time and the USSR are taking steps to make sure that the socialist influence of the USSR is curbed to administrative duties in Nigeria. For instance, the education funding was taken away from the Socialist Party and given to the Nigerian government Department of Education. The technological exchange was taken from the Socialist Party and given to the government. So all this stuff, the government was actually mediating relation between the USSR and the Nigerian polity at the time. But the State Department was still isolating the talks or the rhetorics of Otegbaye's party, or around labor unions. And here I am saying that the State Department is deliberately recontextualizing, taking out Otegbaye's work or words outside of the context of the prevailing situation in Nigeria, right? And it was recontextualizing it in the American discourse. Yeah, I say Otegbaye of the Socialist Workers and Farmers Party, which had been banned by 1967, was based in Nigeria, and it adhered to the non-alliance policy and the mutual respect between capitalist and non-capitalist countries. But the Nigerian socialist sentiment of the 1960s had its roots in Pan-Africanist debate over whether a purely capitalist as laissez-faire society could survive in a fragile state that is yet to reach even effective agricultural production, talk less of switching to industrialism. Even though the US at the time, as we remember, has undergone the FDR's New Deal program, which basically distorted this idea that any society could survive the Austrian economic model. Nevertheless, the developmentalist Western economies such as William Otto Lewis believed in the laissez-faire arrangement was necessary for the economic development of Africa. The disappointment of the Ghanaian example of the 1950s, of course, disabused most of the African minds. And as you can see, most Africans, either subscribe to an hybrid of the capitalist socialist model or subscribes to the Africanized socialism as seen in Julius Nyerere's Tanzania. It is apparent then that the focus on Dr. Otegbaye's activities with the labor unions was to monitor the growth or popularity of Soviet influence in Nigeria, despite the prevailing circumstances. And the prevailing circumstances here is the deliberate Nigerian adoption of non-aligned policy. To do this, the consulate officers had to decontextualize the reported discourse from the Nigerian, African, and Pan-Africanist context and recontextualize it in the American foreign policy language and hermeneutic space. But the US anxiety about the slip of Nigeria to the cold hands of communism, was not happening in a vacuum. Of course, I've said it at the beginning of the presentation. The prevailing issue between the Nigerian government and the US government was the hesitance of Western countries to sell weapons and needed for reconnaissance and air raids in the limited war it pursued with Biafra. The Nigerian press was quite voluble in its criticism of the United States in its hesitation to sell weapons to Nigeria. An editorial from the New Nigerian published on the 24th of July 1968 is a good example.
Please, 3 minutes.
Okay, it's a good example of this press criticism. The press was creating equivalence between the US and the Soviet Union in order to drive home their message. The US in these binary oppositions is seen as the one who was shedding crocodile tears, and the USSR was described as the one who was taking proactive measures to, actually be a good friend to Nigeria in this time of need. And the US ambassadors in Nigeria and the US picked up on this, agentic use of rhetoric, and therefore started to really mount pressure on the State Department to take a definite and much more direct stand on the Nigerian Biafran situation. And as you can see, the policy direction of the US radically changed in 1969, which ended in which fast-track the end of the Nigerian Biafran War. In conclusion, the set of questions that I'm asking in this paper is, what is the prospect of this methodological focus on the role of signaling as discourse travel between discontinuous times and places between in the Biafran messaging through the Nigerian Civil War? I argue that if we approach most of the textual materials and other forms of data available to us on the subject of the Biafran messaging to the European, American, and African worlds during the Nigerian and Biafran War, we are most likely to find why the Biafrans did not need much materials in terms of weapons to drag out the war for 3 years. The materiality of the strategy, of the Biafran strategy, is the agentic manipulation of concept and sound image, wherein meanings were made against their opposite. Truth is rendered subjective. Time is ambiguous, discontinuous, and parallel, and simultaneous, as discourse are deliberately projected out in a curated way to its targeted audience. Others will call that propaganda. But I think this approach, thank you. And I think this approach, really offers us a huge potential to re-examine what really happened during the Nigerian Biafran War. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have two presenters next, so they have a joint presentation. I'm assuming that,
Hello.
yeah. Hello.
Yeah, I'm Godfrey.
Okay,
And,
so there's two factories on here.
yes, I'm presenting with Elizabeth Jackson. So can I share my slide?
Yes.
Okay.
So is Elizabeth here? Is
She'll
she
be
on?
joining. She'll be joining as well.
Okay, so I'm going to split your time 9 minutes and 9 minutes, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Are you able to see our slide?
Yes, we do have your slides.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So yeah, my name is Godfrey, and I'm with Elizabeth Jackson, who is also a
will not
co-author. And
yeah. Can you tell them that? Hello.
Our presentation will be on analyzing disinformation, miseducation, epistemic and the epistemic violence in African perspectives. So yeah, we are going to be guided by the contents like introduction. We are going to define. We are going to look at catalysts of the epistemic violences and how disinformation and the miseducation contribute to the epistemic violence. And finally, we are going also to suggest a kind of a framework which can be used probably in trying to combat the epistemic violence. So our motivation basically for having this analyzing the miseducation and disinformation with regard to epistemic violence, there are two things. Like, we looked at the unveiling inequality, making that it will help us to understand how, for example, a dominant groups control and manipulate marginalized group. And also in that case, in the same case, our motivation is we need to have an empowerment. How are we going to empower the marginalized groups so that to foster and empower them, the marginalized group, in the fields like education, healthcare, law, and others. So probably what could be the definition of epistemic violence? Because when we are talking about epistemic violence, what exactly do we mean? So basically, epistemic violence, it refers to the harm that is done to individual or groups through the denial, distortion, or devaluation of their knowledge, experiences, and ways of understanding the world. But rather, it often occurs when dominant groups impose their frameworks of knowledge as superior, marginalizing or silencing alternative perspectives, especially those of historically, oppressed groups. So this is what we meant by epistemic violence. So through our research, we understand that epistemic violence may be having many causes, or they come from different resources, but we picked disinformation and miseducation to be one of the catalysts, some of the catalysts that contribute to epistemic violences. So disinformation and miseducation. So we look at disinformation, how does it catalyze the epistemic violence? So we argue that epistemic violence may be a result of missing either information on the effect of violences in societies or information on how to deal with the situations of violence, including legal actions. So disinformation affects many sectors, and its outcome can be catastrophic if not well dealt with. So disinformation refers to deliberately false information spread with the intent to deceive, often eroding trust in public discourse and institutions. So disinformation, for example, in the health sector, disproportionately affects marginalized communities. For example, if you remember during the COVID-19 pandemic, disinformation around the vaccines spread widely, especially targeting communities of color. So this perpetuates epistemic violence by withholding or distorting life-saving information, further deepening inequalities in the healthcare access. You remember at some point, some of the people who were diagnosed with COVID, they were, being isolated and kept in some areas where they are not good, where they are not well received. So, but we think that if good information could be available, then there could not be those kind of challenges. So, for example, also another example that we looked upon is the miseducation and the way it is connected to epistemic violence. So miseducation refers to the systematic teaching of biased or distorted information that reflects the interest of dominant groups, often at the expense of marginalized perspectives. It can occur in a formal education system, in the media, and the public discourse. So we cite one study in South Africa by Chiramba and Maringa in 2022, who observed how foreign students were marginalized due to the miseducation status they have, and what measures could be, taken, which includes curriculum design to solve the situation. I think in South Africa as well, you remember the xenophobic issues that happened in a few years ago. So all those could be, people are being informed or being miseducation, which catalyzes those kind of different violences. So what is the way forward? So as authors, we suggest that if there should be a framework for combating epistemic violence. So in that framework, could have 4 components. That is curricula. And then the second one is promoting local knowledge. And the third one is empowering, African scholars and media. And the fourth one is embracing local languages, indigenous sciences, and philosophies, which we believe they are there. So only that to make them understood, and then to make them known, and then upgraded in one way or another. So in the curricula, we look at the traditional ecological knowledge in African farming, for example, or healing practices that can be integrated into farm education, because initially people could think at, the farming activities that used to be there, and they leave those activities that they were used, and they could produce best products, best output, and now in replacement with what is known as a modern farming, which uses the fertilizers and other things. Some of them which are also health-wise, they are not good. Yeah. So that is now this in our framework, we look at how to try to understand the traditional knowledge, and then it to be integrated into a formal education. And the second component in our framework is the promotion of local knowledge. So how is this can be done is by encouraging philosophical discoveries and the discourses like African innovations, which provide the frameworks for understanding African experiences in a global context. I remember in Kenya some years back, there was one village which were being attacked by lions. So frequently people in that village were, suffering from the lion's attack. And there this young boy who invented a certain kind of a lighting system, so that during night when the lions comes to that area, they found that area fully in floodlights. So they they retreat back and they go away. So you see those kind of things which can be now taken into their simplest form and then improved to large extent in going to global context. So this is the second. And another component is empowering African scholars and media. That is, independent African media outlets should be empowered to challenge disinformation and provide accurate reporting on issues affecting the continent. Here in America, for example, and in some other of European countries, they look at Africa like a place where people live in trees, people, they don't wear clothes, So this is kind of disinformation. You find for those who have been in Africa, they live there, they know, even if they're coming from the European countries, some of them, they don't like even to come back to their countries. They prefer to stay in Africa. So another, this component could be used as a way to provide, the accurate reporting on the situations that what is happening in the African continent. And another component is that we looked in our framework is embracing the local language. So encouraging the use of African languages in academic as well, the political and the social discourses, which will reclaim knowledge that is often marginalized when oppressed in non-dominant languages. I come from Tanzania, so there, if somebody is to look educated, must be speaking English, good English. But, so that is the notion that if you speak good English, then you are well educated. So I think that it cannot always be the case. Somebody could have a good knowledge, but rather cannot express himself or herself in English. But if the same person you ask in the local language, let's say Swahili, you can get a good explanation and a good understanding of a certain situation. So embracing local language could be one of the factors to fight the epistemic violences. So epistemic violence is perpetuated when the knowledge is only disseminated in colonial language like English or French, marginalizing those who communicate in indigenous tongues. places like China or Russia, where they have their own languages and they have very good innovation activities, in which they're being admired all over. Yeah, so we conclude that this paper has touched on and analyzed the effects of epistemic violences in the different sectors with a view of African context. Furthermore, the paper explains the effects of disinformation and the miseducation that have on epistemic violences. So the suggested phase framework serves as the basis for future research on similar or different approaches to combat epistemic violences. So thank you very much. We look for questions, suggestions, or comments. And we have Elizabeth is one of the author, and myself, Godfrey, one of the author. So we thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're going to open the floor for questions. I'm going to take 3 questions, and then the presenters can go in the order of those 3 questions. Sorry, I think I'm still talking about this one, right? Okay. And then this is for, yeah, thank you. So there's.
Right now, we're going to take 3 questions, and then we'll open it up to the presenters to respond.
The people who are online can also.
Can raise their hand to get a question in so we can see the chat.
Yeah, so maybe.
Yeah.
What's that?
Is it working?
Check 1, 2. Anyone online, can you give us verification they can hear us?
Yeah,
Oh,
we got a thumbs up.
there. Now it's good.
Yes.
Okay, good, thank you. I'll start off while we're waiting for other people. I just have a question about the concept of epistemic violence. To what extent? So I will say it seems like many of the examples you gave are related to exclusion, what we might call epistemic exclusion. I don't think you necessarily believe that the concept of epistemic violence is limited to cases of epistemic exclusion, but I'm asking if you can provide examples that go beyond the concept of epistemic exclusion. And maybe you did in your address, it just didn't, I didn't pick it up, or maybe others might not. So if you could emphasize that, that's my question.
And next question.
Thank you so much. My question is to the first presenter. I don't remember his name, but yeah, so it's on the cover Native authorities, and I would like you to say more about how the British common law was balanced with the indigenous legal practices and how that affected the role of the traditional leaders. Thank you.
Please, I can't hear you well, please.
Okay, can you?
Yes.
Can you...
Yes, I can.
Yeah, so I would like you to say more about how the British common law influenced the indigenous legal practices and how that also affected the roles of the traditional leaders. I don't know if you, yeah, thank you.
And then we have
Thank you.
up here on the screen. Please, Asma.
I have a question to Dr. Emmanuel. I would like you, I like your points about the environmental epistemic violence, and I would like you to elaborate more on that.
Okay, so
I don't think I picked that up quite clearly.
I would like you to evaluate more on the environmental epistemic violence according to the case that you are searching.
Okay, for the Biafra War or Cold War. Okay. Okay, so now we'll hear responses from the presenters, and we'll just go in order from Victor to Emmanuel to Elizabeth and Godfrey, if that's okay. So we'll start with Victor. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for that beautiful question. How the British influenced the indigenous practices, right? Is that?
And also how that affected the role of the traditional leaders.
Good. Okay. Thank you so much. I stated in my presentation that in Kaba division, before the British came, we did not even, the people did not even have what we call traditional rulers per se, because the society was somehow egalitarian. And but when the British now came, as a result of some of the policies they introduced, especially in 1914, that they came up with the policy of an indirect rule system and the introduction of a district head system, that's actually led to the appointments of some people that they thought they could work with, and that's actually marked the beginning of the traditional institution in Kaba division. And I also stated in the course of my presentation that you see, Kaba division towards late 1900 witnessed a kind of a war, with their neighbors, the Nupe. So the Nupe that were somehow so powerful than them, they subjugated them, and they captured some of the areas, and also imposed their leaders on them. But by 1897 precisely, through the forces of the Royal Niger Company, they were able to put an end to this Nupe incursion. And from there, from 1897 to 1900, the British colonial authority began to assert their influence in that area. And I mentioned people like this Bayero Ajibo Hokon, that he was one of the people that they met when they came. And when they saw him, as a result of maybe his ability to yield into the instruction of the colonialists, they were able to lure him, and he began to convince his people, the Kaba people. And initially, when that native court was established in 1904, the people did not even take their cases to the courts, because they felt that how can we be taking our cases to this kind of people, when we are already used to our indigenous system. So, but at a point, the people like Bayero Ajibo Hokon and others that I mentioned, some of these local actors, they were able to convince their people, and the British policy started having influence on the indigenous practices. And that's lingered up to the 1914, when Nigeria became amalgamated. That is when we had the amalgamation of the Southern and Northern Protectorate. And it also continued, through 1960, when Nigeria also eventually got independence. But I want to say that to some extent that the British policies influenced the indigenous practices, but they were able to achieve that through the efforts of these local actors. Thank you. I don't know if I've answered your question, please.
Yeah, so for time, we'd like to go on to Emmanuel for a response for any of the 3 questions, and then on to Godfrey and Elizabeth. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you very much, ma'am. On the first question of epistemic exclusion, I think the role of epistemic exclusion here might be limited to, in the Nigerian Biafra War, of course, might be limited to the State Department or the US consulate's deliberate exclusion of the context within which most of these reported newspapers were being written. So for instance, discourse is being shifted, or the meaning of words were being shifted from the Nigerian local context, which is, generated within Pan-Africanist sentiment, the Nigerian agency projecting itself to the rest of the world, the Nigerian newspapers telling the US that you need to treat us as equals and not, peripherals like the old colonialists did, and the State Department constantly changing the context of these newspaper reports and agentic claims to mean, well, we have lost Nigerians to the hands of colonial communism, because they shouldn't be making this claim, because it's almost as if saying, well, this people in a state of this perpetual childishness should not be bold enough or should not be intelligent enough to make these agentic claims. Well, if we are discussing about epistemic exclusion, that might be something we want to look at as a kind of epistemic or ontological imposition of meaning into this kind of text. On the environment, well, I'm not really vast in that literature to make a comment, and I feel bad for this because the question is directed to me specifically. But Asma, I would say maybe for the work of Deepak Chakrabarty of recent, I've really focused on the Anthropocene and the environment and all that. So I've not really gone into that because I limit my study to the text, the spoken text and even sometimes the written text. But I'm sure that when we look at the situationality of the Nigerian Civil War and the old discourse about humanitarian crisis, there might be avenues for us to explore some kind of epistemic violence that is done to the environment, especially because there is this, again, we look at the question of paradoxes, because the Nigerian Civil War was happening at a time where the environment of course was affected, but the West had very little moral, I would say, justification to blame either the Nigerian state or the Biafran state, because as it was going on, the Western world was also perpetuating the Vietnam War, which was also a very huge environmental disaster. So I think these are opportunities to look at how discourse changes and how environmentalists at that time might see what is going on in Nigeria as an environmental disaster, while what the US is perpetuating in Vietnam as just, ignorable. Because of course the African is the barbarian and the Western world is much more enlightened and involved. I don't know if that answered your question, but I hope it at least scratched the surface.
Thank you. Because my question stemmed from your idea of, you said at some points of the presentation that lions, the incidents of lions attacked the locals. So it just make me think like, is it an environmental violence towards the people by design, or is it intentional, or there is something
Okay, so
structural going on?
we have 5 minutes left, and I'd like to give the last 4 to Godfrey and Elizabeth. So Godfrey or Elizabeth, if you want to respond to the 3 questions.
Yeah, thank you very much. So if we understood, there was one question regarding the examples of epistemic violences, if I got well. But let me respond by having the 3 components. So, during the colonial rule, for example, people, they had their own culture, their own way of living. But when the colonials they came by and things changed, and those culture which the natives were having used to them, they kind of thought to be not good. So we follow the like, for example, for the countries where French colonized, they had changed their culture into French way, and the British as well, and the other places. And regarding the education, for example, epistemic violence in education, I can say that there has to be traditional system of teachings, the beliefs and the teachings. And then during the colonial system, the education system changed. And well, there is an advancement, but rather there are some of the original education system, which could be also taken or integrated into the new ways of thinking. So it's kind of confusion rather. And about the discussion of information, for example, there's a lot of misinformation in what good things are there in African perspectives. So like if you have Western media, some of the good things which are there in Africa, like the national parks, like the beautiful landscaping and all that. So they are not well reported. But when it comes to issues like diseases, people are dying of kind of certain diseases are represented massively. And so people, they have a look at the African continent as a place where if you just go there, you go to die, something like that. But in medical as well, we have traditional medicines that could do, cure diseases thoroughly well, apart from the medicine that vaccines and the others that are being introduced from the Western. And the bad thing is all those were being said to be not fit, or rather not well researched. But you could have natural remedies and a cure disease as well. So the only thing is we need a good information. We need a good education so that all these things, when they're taken together, they can reflect what is really happening in African perspectives when it comes to epistemic violence. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Everybody give a round of applause for our speakers. I found them all very interesting. I did have a question about, I'm pretty sure there was a Yoruba political structure up there, but since I'm not asking questions, I didn't ask that to you, Victor. Okay, thank you. And our next session starts at 11:30.
Yeah, so my interest was I was working as an industrial engineer and wanted to send something to Africa. But my expertise as industrial engineer, trying to cut down jobs so that organizations can be more efficient and more productive, is not something that is very welcomed in Africa because of lack of jobs in Africa. So when you go into industrial and organizational psychology, you have the opportunity to improve employees' experience with work. And so that was my trajectory until we came across AI, how AI has become a big thing in every sector of our lives. And there was also the evidence that, okay, this AI can disrupt employment in Africa. So I started to want to understand how all of these will play out. So basically my long-term goal was to understand AI's implications on work. However, if you consider the people, the employees in Africa, you realize that they come from traditional societies. In fact, some of them still have links to about second or third generations of Africans who are still using traditional knowledge systems in their lives. So the question is, what is the basic understanding? Where do we start all these? Where do we start the query from? The start or the fundamentals will be understanding how AI affects traditional knowledge systems. And so that is how come we wanted to work on AI and traditional knowledge systems in African societies, and how what are the challenges and the implications. So to do the review, there was also the understanding that this is not one subject area. It is a multidisciplinary study. And so to understand work that has been done before, it would not be wise to just limit our review on just one repository. So I decided to go with Google Scholar, and then we put up some key phrases, as you can see on here. And these key phrases were used to run a short program that gave us some articles that has been written on this subject. And the simple thing we did was to run a certain kind of a word cloud to see which words or which areas are mostly prevalent in these studies. And we found, of course, AI is what everybody is talking about in Africa, but then you realize that there is agriculture, there is education, there is healthcare, there is development, and these issues are things that are being talked about. And so we try to look at those issues one after the other. You realize that for the impact of AI on agriculture, there is a possibility to have a whole paradigm shift where people used to work, as you could see, with hoes and cutlasses and stuff. People are still doing that. But then when you bring in AI, you could have drones, you could have robots that are measuring the specific things that are necessary to develop the agriculture systems. And then when you look at healthcare, you realize that in traditional knowledge systems use some form of a holistic approach to understanding what is needed to heal a person. But then when you look at AI, you have specific processes where there is not so much connection to the person that is being worked with. And so there is a need to understand how all those differences will play out. Then we also look at ethics and cultural implications. You realize that to have an ethical AI design, you would have to have a good governance of that AI design, and then that governance will translate into a good regulation, and that makes the AI ethical. And then another challenge that we have seen is the challenge of adopting AI. In Africa, one thing we've realized is that there is infrastructure barrier in Africa because AI has to deal with a lot of data transfer, and you have issues with internet availability and infrastructure. And these infrastructures are not that, they are not very, they are not intense, they are not very readily available. And these are all barriers to the implementation of AI in Africa. And based on these reviews that we did, some of our understanding is that there is the potential for AI to enhance traditional knowledge systems, but there's also the potential for it to disrupt traditional knowledge systems. And then we also saw that for AI to advance properly, we want to have the possibility to be able to allow AI and traditional knowledge systems to be able to co-evolve together so that we are able to improve on how the traditional knowledge systems are applied and how they can also enhance our lives in the future. And so the recommendations we have is that for the study on AI to be effective, there is a need for a broad study. Most of it might be vertical study where there is embed or there is a embedding of the AI designs in the traditional area or the traditional societies, so that after some time, the study is done for a period of time to observe how the AI implementations affect the traditional knowledge system that are already in place. Another thing that is very important for the future is a good AI governance and data sovereignty. Now, this is where being able to counteract misinformation will come in, because one of the things that we can say about Africa is there is very low digital literacy. And that may be a problem when you want to ensure that people are not misinformed. And how to counteract that is for governments to be able to institute good sovereign systems to help make sure that the data that is being used by the AI designing institutions do not terribly affect the society, the African societies. And then also, it is essential to do cross-cultural comparisons. For instance, we know how AI is being applied in the West, like in the United States and in Europe. And it is also essential to see how AI is being used in these societies and how they can be improved, they can be used to improve the lives of Africans as well. So that is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
We'll take questions later.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Timothy. We'll take questions later. We move on to the next presentation, which is on a content analysis of the policies on the use of artificial intelligence in selected sub-Saharan African university by Anatole Bauma and Angela Manguvo.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I feel privileged to stand before you this afternoon to facilitate this discussion on AI use policy in sub-Saharan African universities. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the organizers, Elizabeth, Glenn, and Cristobal, and also you, the audience. This is a work in progress being done by Dr. Manguvu and myself. It's based on empirical research. And I would like to start by clarifying that most of the finding focus on broader policy landscape rather than specific policies for universities, leaving room for private research and organization on governing policies governing AI use within individual sub-Saharan African universities. Yet, Africa has significant opportunity to benefit from AI while mitigating potential risks. It's interesting that this presentation is coming right after Timothy's, as we are pretty much touching the same field. Potential indirect impact of AI policies on education. I am not going to stand here and read it to you, but I can mention a few. One of them would be fostering AI talent. We need to have some kind of labs or institution that can improve, collect young talent to start building a reliable database for the government, different government, to be able to coin a reliable policy. They also need to increase investment in education. This is an old problem that the African continent has always faced. As mentioned by one of the presenters earlier, curriculum development. We need to add AI in our curriculum development. Also, invest money in research labs. One other thing that I can mention again is enhancing educational access and quality. We don't have the numbers yet, but we shouldn't lose quality of sight. IA policies could encourage the development and adoption of IA-powered educational tools and platforms to improve the quality of education and expand access to learning resources, especially in remote areas where they don't have electricity. It's difficult for them to connect. And even where they have electricity and internet, the connectivity is very, very poor and unreliable. It's also advisable to address the infrastructure gaps. We have big cities who sometimes have the privilege of being equipped with reliable internet and internet connection. And we also have villages who are the have-nots. We need to be more inclusive if we want to build a robust policy for the infrastructure of AI. One other important key would be to promote ethical and responsible AI development. By that, I would mean AI ethics education as part of the curriculum to make sure that it's done so and ethically. What are some of the it will also need, there is a need for comprehensive approaches as well. Those who would be coining these policies should be open-minded and be willing to reach out to other people, other researchers who are already working in the field and are willing to contribute to the discourse. National IA strategies would be required if we want a reliable and robust policy infrastructure. Data protection regulation would be key in the process. Again, ethical considerations should be taken into consideration throughout the process. We also need to be taken into consideration emerging policy frameworks, providing guidelines of IA use in universities. So among the people and countries and institutions and organizations who are already working on it, we have the African Union has undertaken a huge initiative to make sure that at the continent level, they have policy governing use of AI throughout the country, starting with the Malabo Convention that provided legal framework and acts as the foundation of AI policy on the continent. Also, the draft AI policy. The African Union agency have crafted a draft policy to offer a blueprint of AI regulation in individual African countries. They also have what is called the Continental AI Strategy. Lately in July, the African Union Executive Council endorsed the Continental AI Strategy. Implementation and plan of call to action was one other initiative led by the African Union. And this effort was prioritizing the intervention on fields as supporting African Union member states in developing harmonized national AI strategies, creating, attracting, and retaining AI talent in Africa, fostering AI partnership and investments, accelerating AI adoption in priority sectors, building capacities in infrastructure, data sets, and computing, promoting research, innovation, and international cooperation, developing legal frameworks to protect Africans from AI biases and misuse. One other notable forum would be the UNESCO Southern Africa Sub-Regional Forum on Artificial Intelligence. This forum offered recommendations on various areas related to AI, including AI governance, environmental protection, and gender inclusion. The white paper on the regulation and responsible adoption of AI. In March of 2024, the African Union Development Agency published a white paper focusing on the regulation and responsible adoption of AI policy. One of the conclusions we come up with is that they highlight in the African Union proactive approach in promoting AI development while ensuring its responsible and ethical use. The emphasis that Africa has a significant opportunity to benefit from AI while mitigating potential risks. Final thoughts, 3 of them. 1, while resources don't directly address AI policies' impact on educational outcomes, they suggest potential indirect pathways through which these policies can influence education in sub-Saharan Africa. 2, by fostering AI talent, enhancing educational access and quality, and promoting ethical and responsible AI development, well-designed AI policies can contribute to a more positive educational landscape. Finally, word of caution, however, it's essential to consider potential challenges and adopt comprehensive approaches to ensure that AI benefits all learners and contributes to equitable and inclusive education on the continent. This ends my presentation, and I look forward to your questions and comments. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much for our presenters. We will now be taking comments, questions, additions, and Glenn, I'm not so sure. Can the people online hear from the audience?
Let me test whether this microphone is working. Can people hear from this microphone? People online, can you stop sharing so that we can see them? People online, can you hear? Okay.
Okay, all right. So we'll go ahead with comments, questions about the 3 presentations that have gone before. Okay.
So I think, yeah, I'll okay, yeah, go ahead.
Joe. Yeah, my name is Joe Nyanezo. I have a question to the first presenter, Corey, and the last presenter. So the presenter, Corey, you were against the concept that Africa is being digitally colonized. So my question is, how do we make sure that these inventions and innovations brought from outside of Africa to the continent are benefiting primarily Africans, that the Africans are the ones who are getting profit from those benefits, I mean, from those inventions and initiatives?
So they can't hear you. I think maybe it's only being picked up on this microphone, so you need to speak up so this microphone.
Or do you mind
Oh, yeah.
coming up here?
Oh yeah, I can come there.
Yeah, sure, come. So you might just start again.
Oh yeah, I had a question to Corey, the first presenter. I had a question to Corey, the first presenter. You were against the concept of digital colonization of Africa. So my question is, these initiatives that are being brought to Africa, how do we make sure that the Africans are the prime beneficiaries of these initiatives? That the benefit that are being brought by the projects are supporting Africans and the future generations of Africans. And to the last presenter, I have a question. You talked about fostering AI talent in Africa. My question is, Africa has a bad reputation of always losing its talents. I can give you examples of Elon Musk. That one was a guy who was born in South Africa. He was a talent who was supposed to benefit South Africa, but because of the political system they had and the events, I mean, the situation that was created there, he left, and now he's benefiting the other civilizations. So how do we make sure that the future generations of Africa benefit Africa and not other civilizations? Thank you so much. That was my two questions.
Any other questions?
Maybe add to what he said.
Yeah, I mean, maybe can you come to the front?
Okay, okay.
You want to react to what Joel said?
No, I just want to add some questions, but I think they are, yeah.
All right.
Okay, so thank you very much. I really love your question, and that's what I have been thinking about. I mean, I love your presentations. I think they are very useful, but I struggle to understand how, digital technology, AI will, affect us positively. So for instance, Northern Nigeria has been, I think, for the last 10, 11 days, I don't know if you are aware, the whole part of, that region went out, on electricity, a total blackout for more than 10 days. Recently got back, I think only yesterday. So dealing with that, dealing with, a high level of poverty, dealing with insecurity, all the challenges. So how do we know that, adding to his questions, what you mentioned in terms of bringing AI to education, and also on digital technologies, we know that we don't control the market, right? We know that we don't have sovereignty over, what is done, on all the data collected on us. So yeah, I mean, I would like you to add, something to that. I really struggle to see how it's going to, for us to become the primary beneficiaries. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Hello, I'm called Estella Siri. I want to thank these presenters. They were very time conscious. My question is for Timothy. That's your name, right? Okay, so you did state the fact that there is low digital literacy in Africa. So from your presentation, you also said you also kind of worried about embedding AI into traditional knowledge. So I'm just curious, like, did you go further in the study? Maybe because of time constraints, you didn't do that presentation, but did you kind of study more how AI is gonna affect or interfere with the African culture? And just like she said, how is it really gonna benefit Africa positively, especially when it comes to healthcare, employment? Because if AI is going there, then it's taking away a lot of jobs, which jobs are not even available. And generally, socioeconomically, what is the real, how important is it for AI to get into Africa? And if it's even feasible that it can be blended together with the African traditional knowledge, no matter the field? Thank you.
So I think this
is now working, so we can pass this around to whenever they respond. How do you want them
Yeah,
to
sure,
respond?
sure, yeah.
Who do you want to respond? You want responses now?
Yes, we go, unless there's any other comments and no? Oh,
Well, I have a question.
Question?
I don't know if you want them to respond first.
no, we'd rather get everything together and then they'll respond.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I would like to hear the presenters even respond to each other's presentations, because it seems the first presentation is very lays out some possible harms from digital technologies, but then dismisses the possibility that they're doing very much harm. And then the other presentations are also maybe mentioning that there might be harms and benefits, and even some of the comments we've heard have suggested, okay, even can we realize the benefits, even if there are benefits because of sort of infrastructural problems. But I wanted to push back on to ask particularly for Korede, is part of the issue about determining whether there is digital colonialism, is it about the possibility of it happening, or the fact that it's not succeeding despite the fact that it could be happening, or that there are forces of colonialism? And that's important, I think, because, yeah, I would want to know what it means to be successful in colonialism, or to, if in a colonial period, it seems like there was also resistance to colonialism, but we wouldn't say colonialism didn't work just because it wasn't successful or because there wasn't resistance. And then I was also wondering about the possibility in that definition of, if some of the harm is not just in like an imposition of people from the outside, like an intentional desire to dominate, but if there are also unintended forms of especially maybe like a mental or psychological colonization. And those are interesting because they can be insidious. They can come in even though people don't realize they're there, and the governments can eagerly embrace them. So even if the government is eagerly embracing the technology in the way that it wants to do, it may be incorporating some harms that are coming with the tool that it doesn't recognize because they're not explicit and not framed as that. And I think one important one is language. So we heard some things earlier in the day about the epistemic violence that happens when things are happening in colonial languages. And if and AI doesn't come from nothing. So it comes from the texts that are available and the knowledge that is available digitally. And so if all of that is in a certain kind of language, then is there a danger of a kind of colonialism there? Again, maybe the Nigerian government, to take a case, is controlling the process, and the developers are working in Lagos, and it's all quote unquote indigenous, but if it's drawing on the existing knowledge sources and they're in English, then can we say there's no digital colonialism? But again, I'd like, in the responses, I think the presenters can feel free to communicate with each other.
Yes, please, and we do have enough time for everyone, so feel free to go into those discussions. I hope that the presenters remember the questions. I don't know, we can start with you, Korede, if you want. We can start with
Thank you so much, Dr. Glenn. Thank you so much to everyone that has asked the question. So I think I'll start with how is Africa going to benefit from digital technology? So the first thing I think is we need to get ourselves right to pass the real policies, to have policies in place. And I think African governments have been successful at doing that to an extent. We have, at least in Nigeria, we have the National AI Framework, we have the African AI Framework. There's a lot of frameworks and policies coming in place. So I think that is the first step. We need to get ourselves right. We need to get our house in order, have our own policies to protect ourselves. Then the second thing is to collaborate, because we don't have the infrastructure, and we don't have the resources. So I think last year there was a case of 2 undersea cables. There was the undersea cable that got spoiled in the West African coast, and there was no alternative. These countries had to turn to the Google cable, OIDA cable. So that tells us that basically we need to collaborate. So I argue that the first step is put policies in place and collaborate. That is how we benefit from digital technologies. Anything other than that will be in limbo. We wouldn't have the resources to build our own technologies, and we'll also not be protecting ourselves. And you have seen cases whereby even where there are no policies at some point, it's because the governments were not just ready to put policies in place. So if you read a book by Nanjala Iyabola, which is Dictator Democracy, Analog Politics, How the Internet is Transforming Politics in Kenya, he basically argues that the Kenyan government was for a while unwilling to pass any data protection policies because the government was okay with using the data of the citizens as it should, as it saw fit. And we also see cases in Nigeria whereby data, like citizen data, were leaked to private companies. They were just willing to sell it to the highest bidder. There were sites people could buy people's, national identification form for. So at some point within African governments, there are problems with managing data. So the first thing is pass adequate policies, make sure these policies are adequately enforced, and then collaborate. So companies coming into Africa know there are rules to follow. You cannot make people follow rules that are not there. So that is my submission for how we can get digital technologies to work for Africa. And also basically about the idea of digital colonization. Definitely there are possible harms with digital technologies. But the question is it justified enough for it to be called a colonization? And there are lots of words that have been thrown around. At some point, people have argued, okay, it's not a colonization, it's an imperialism. So the problem is the conceptual framework behind what we are arguing for. So when we look at the empirical analysis, we see that there is something beyond just arguing that people don't have power to resist or that governments are powerless. So the basic idea behind digital colonization is that African governments are passive receptors of digital technologies. We are optimistic about digital technologies. We never worry about the harms, which in fact is not true. There are other things happening. So definitely there are when we talk about the language case, about designing technologies with Western languages in a way that marginalize local language. In this situation, it's not exactly false. It's not like, oh, we would never design technologies that would use local language. When we look at this situation, most times because the local content developers don't have the capacity to design technologies that can use local content. So in that sense, I don't see how it is a form of colonization, but rather a lack of opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you, Korede.
Thank you, Korede. I'm going to pick it up where you left it. You said that for the most part, Africa is seen as being passive consumers. One of the ways that we can start being passive consumers is for us to be active, productive consumers and make sure that we consume what we produce and we produce what we consume. Great question from Joel asking about the idea of fostering local talent. How can it benefit the continent? It's easy. By throwing in ideas to government and making sure that governments are receptive to those ideas. By creating robust programs and generous programs to subsidize, for instance, forums where local nations can meet either quarterly or twice a year and award a prize of creativity to the person or the young talent who surpasses everybody else with his AI creation and his innovative way of suggesting that this is the way I would like to see us do business going forward. And also put money aside for AI development. And again, we know that Africans, for the most part, we are very conservative. We love tradition. We don't want to open up to new ideas. Like he mentioned, or it might have been in the agricultural sector. As who have had this opportunity to travel, and who have had the opportunity to be among those who are literate. We are those who are supposed to be driving the change and encourage our fellow countrymen who stay back on the continent to be receptive to new ideas.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. And first of all, my work is still ongoing, but what we found is that there is a dual effect. So AI interacting with traditional knowledge systems can disrupt traditional knowledge systems, but they can also enhance traditional knowledge systems. When we look at the agricultural sector, you realize that the people who are working in the sector now are applying knowledge from 2, 3, no, not decades per se, but generations ago. And they still have those people with them who are giving them information that they're using. So for AI to be useful, it has to be a blend between the new knowledge and what people already know. And then in order for the people who, for the people who are going to apply, they will need literacy, digital literacy. And with digital literacy, that has to be done with government. So if we have governments that are very insistent on getting in on the AI bus, let me put it that way. That way they are able to sit down and try to understand what their people need, what the citizens need for them to be able to apply, take benefit of these AI initiatives. For instance, very few countries in Africa are kind of designing a framework for AI application in those countries. My previous study showed that South Africa and Morocco and Egypt, they are the biggest ones that are trying to implement policies that will address how AI is applied. But you have Ghana, Nigeria, and newly Rwanda, who are also making attempts. But the attempts they are making currently are just in very scanty documents. Let me put them that way. They are not detailed. For us to get the detail, that, as I mentioned, there has to be some kind of a vertical study where you have an AI expert goes into a traditional system and stays there for maybe 10 or so years and tries to understand how these traditional systems work, and then is able to apply, use that understanding to design the AI system. That is when we get the benefit from interfacing with AI. So definitely there are benefits, but one of the places where the areas where we have problems right now will be the traditional leaders who serve as gatekeepers for these application of these new knowledges. You go to a village and you want to introduce something new to them. They don't want to hear about it just because they don't know much about it. So it bears on, like what the gentleman has said, we are exposed to these new technologies. We would have to contribute to the traditional folks to be able to help them understand that there are benefits to the application of the AI infrastructure. Then you have governments who set up good sovereignty, good governance systems, so that when AI designers go to these traditional systems and collect information, they don't just commercialize that information or that data and take it away, but they use it to assist the people to improve their livelihood. And that is how it can benefit. when it comes to work, currently, what the study has shown so far is there is just a little more benefit than disruption to work, because organizations are not applying AI as much as it's being applied in the West. So the benefit here is it makes people work more efficient. That is the benefit we have right now. For instance, when I went to Africa last year, I was asking about the knowledge or the understanding of whether AI is being applied or not. You will realize that everybody only talks about ChatGPT. That's all most people know as AI. When they talk about AI, that's what they are referring to. But there are so many other applications that organizations use. For instance, they could be monitoring work. They could also be using those applications for healthcare improvement. And so these are some of the, shall I say, the dual effect that we have seen so far. Yes. I hope that understood.
Yeah. Is it okay?
Yes, it's okay.
All right, thank you for that elaborate explanation. I think I would be very interested when you complete the study. I'll be very interested in that part of it, because there's still I still have a lot of unanswered questions. And then also, I think now you mentioned agriculture. I get it, but then I'm still finding it difficult to grasp the full picture. I think most of us here were born back home, so we get the picture. So we get the picture back here, but see the feasibility, especially from my own country, maybe your countries are different. Seeing the feasibility when it comes to the government. I'm from Cameroon. Some of you have an idea what's happening right now, what has been happening. We've had a president in power for more than 6 years. So there's a lot of corruption going on and a lot of other things. Now let's talk about agriculture. I think I'm finding it difficult with the agricultural sector. I think, first of all, I would say financially, can the rural farmers afford this? Will they be able? So how feasible is that part going to be? Because it's expensive, AI is expensive. And if the government is not ready to purchase it, or even if they purchase it, they're not going to purchase enough for everybody. Or even if they try to purchase a good money, we know that there's going to be this corruption where you give your own person, you give your own person. It's never going to reach, there are still some people in Africa who are totally shut out of technology, electricity, water. So this would be how feasible is this gonna work in those communities? And he also said people have to be open-minded. I think to a certain extent, Africans are becoming very open-minded. I was a nurse back home before moving here. We worked a lot with traditional bed attendants, and they were very open, to getting how all the sterile methods of conducting deliveries at home. And not only in the health sector, other sectors are opening up to this knowledge. But I think the problem is not that they are not open. You cannot just come with something from the West and you want to impose it on me. There is a way. So while we are taking that knowledge back home to them, whatever it is we're studying again, we have to find a way. Each culture has a way that they receive information. You have key players in the community that you need to go through them, because there are some people, if you don't pass through A, no matter what you say, no matter how beneficial it is, they will not receive it. So I think with the openness, with them being open-minded, we also have to, before going with information to them, find out how they are, who we need to talk to, and some information might be culturally sensitive to them. So we have to make sure we cut all these T's and dot all the I's before we take whatever information to them, and trust me, they are going to receive that information. So I think I'm going to take your contact because I need to see your work when you're done with it.
So one of the ways that we can encourage our governments and leaders in the field of AI is number one, to continue with socializing AI, shedding light on the benefits of AI. Also, encouraging them to mechanize agriculture, because it's been long overdue to see people in the sun bend and just scratching the ground to produce. We need to encourage them to mechanize agriculture. We need to encourage government to subsidize programs, shedding light on the advantages of AI, adding it to the curriculum so that people understand better what it is that AI is about. Not losing sight on the cultural sensitiveness of the issue. I understand where you're coming from. We cannot just go there and impose our way of view on them. We are going to tell them this is one way of doing business, and trust me, it's beneficial.
Okay, Joe. Yeah, can you do it in a minute or two?
Oh yeah. No, we have time. Yeah, so my comment to the presentations, I mean, the answers that were given is that the focus that I can see that you are all focusing but a little bit jumping is the allocation of resources. If Africa is not able to allocate the resources as united resources, it's impossible to put AI in agriculture. It's impossible. Let me give an example of Burkina Faso, your country. This is a country with 20 billion US dollars in GDP. 60% of the GDP is the loan. So it's the loans that they borrowed outside. So practically they have like 7 billion GDP. How can you tell Burkina Faso people to just get the agriculture and apply AI in agriculture? It's impossible. How can I think Uber now is worth like 20 billion or 60 billion. So how can you say that Uber is going to come to Burkina Faso and then work to the interest of the Burkina Faso people? It's impossible. Uber is going to work for itself. So what I'm saying is that Africa needs to allocate its resources now to invest in the study for AI. There is no university in Africa that can work at the extent of just the University of Kansas in the AI promotion. It's impossible because the resources are few and insignificant. So Burkina Faso is insignificant when we talk about Africa's unity and Africa's project prosperity. So the thing that we can now foster is to tell the leaders that now we are tired of living in this prison. It's not free market. If we bring Uber to South Africa with a GDP that is insignificant and a very big loan, it's a free prison, or I mean a free colony. I call it free colonization. We're being colonized, but we accept it because we have no any other way. So we're creating jobs, but we need to allocate the resources, speak with one voice. Otherwise, we're going nowhere. Thank you so much.
All right. Additionally, just in addition to what Joe has said, I just wanted to throw it to you, Korede, because you said we need collaboration because Africa does not have the resources, and something in the lines of Africa does not have the capacity. So continuing from Joel's comment of like Africa not being capable, don't you think then if we now have these collaborations, and I think you also talked about comparing, I don't know if it was you or Timothy that talked about cultural comparisons, cross-cultural, yes. And so if we kind of like have an AI that is Afrocentric, what does that look like? Or else we will then just remodel what other continents are producing. And then later on, in hundreds and hundreds of years, we'll be like, oh, we did it wrongly. We should go back and have our own, like we should go back and recreate. We should go back and start all over again. And yet right now we have the chance to start ourselves. So if you say we should collaborate because we do not have the resources, I do disagree that we do not have the resources, but maybe, of course, that's probably miseducation on my part. I don't know. But if you could just shed more light on that. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. When I say we don't have resources, it's on a lot of fronts. The manpower, the intellectual manpower is a big problem. Financial capacity also a big problem. Joel has talked about Burkina Faso, how the GDP is so small, you can't allocate anything to development of AI. And when we look at the West, even the United States, the big funder of the AI development is the US government. The US government is the biggest funder of SpaceX. So that's how it works. So we're already caught in a loop by not having enough. So the strategy, since you cannot produce our own for now, why not borrow from others? But borrow with a mindset of ensuring that we're at least borrowing something good enough. You know, so that's what and let us take an example of Morocco. Morocco is the leader in AI development across Africa. And how were they able to do it? They collaborated with several countries, Japan, US, UK. So the idea also how African countries have been able to navigate monopoly is to diversify your partnership. You can be friends with China, friends with the US, friends with Japan, friends with a couple of people that can give you something you can work with. So you are not dependent on one person. So that's why I think if you can collaborate, you come to the United States, you get, you know, intellectual, okay, we'll send our students, they can study, they can come back. Japan is also a big player with AI, the UK is also coming up. So when we're able to collaborate that way, we'll be able to gain something. We may not be at the side of the United States, but we'll be better than just not doing it. So that's what I'm.
Just a last contribution. I think one of the other things that Africa is suffering from is leadership. Leadership that is focused on development. We don't have much of that in Africa. Maybe that is where we might want to start from. So that, like you said, the example in Morocco, those leaders, they know what they were doing. So then they form the right partnership to achieve what they want. Some other countries in Africa, in Ghana, for instance, they seem not to know what they are doing. It's like they are probably just focused on corruptive activities and stuff like that. So it is the swap of leadership that wants to develop. Then you can find resources anywhere, everywhere. And then with that leadership, you set up regulatory systems. Then AI can operate in that regulatory system. But if you don't have leadership that wants to progress, then what you have is what is happening in Africa right now. Some commentators have mentioned that AI in agric in Africa is not possible. It's actually happening as we speak right now. When COVID happened, there were some companies. One of them is Masakeni in Kenya. They were using natural language processing to help local people understand what needs to be done for them to get healed from or to get diagnosed, whether they have COVID or not. That is a good example. So they are using natural language system, and that system is being used with local languages. So it is possible. But the thing is that most of these people implementing right now are just single organizations and single people doing it. But what makes it more profitable is when you have the governments being the championing, like you said, the government of the United States is the biggest sponsor of technology. But we don't have that in Africa. That may be where we might have to start from.
You have time?
We have 2 minutes, so if you can keep it within.
Oh yeah. So I have a comment on Corridor's speech that Africa has to go to collaborate with China, with those Western powers, so that it can first reach at least what it wants very quick. I disapprove that because Africa itself is not poor at all. Africa has a poor allocation of resources, a lack of unity, a lack of coordination of resources. If Africa only could say that today we are 54 countries, we're going to move forward to have a university at the center in the Democratic Republic of Congo that is going to focus on AI. I'm telling you that if all the 54 countries put their money in that university, tomorrow we're going to have a very big innovation better than ChatGPT. That's very true. So the problem is now they don't even care, and in Democratic Republic of Congo, nothing can happen there. We have minerals being exploited. It's the busiest airspace in the world, and they don't have their roads for the people to move there, the cars there. So what I'm saying is that we lack unity, and that causes competition, and by the competition, we end up being broken, and we will never be united or get anything if we don't allocate our resources speaking with one voice. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much, Joel. So Korede, you can respond to that in 1 minute.
Yeah, the idea of us being united is good, but I don't see it working. Because we have 54 countries, and actually we have different priorities. Nigeria can still decide, okay, we can allocate a couple of $100 billion to AI development. Can Benin Republic do that? Can the Republic do that? So our interest does not match. And actually, we may be rich in resources, but when we start to quantify it in terms of numeric figures, Africa is not rich. The GDP is not good. It's not enough to go around. So we may be rich in the resources, but in the long run, it's not going to trickle down to the lowest from society. And also, we also need to think about this AI development, this technology development, the cost, the environmental cost, the financial cost, the billions of dollars that will be put into it for us just to have our own sovereign AI. What is the point? If you can get some other people to give you good technology, why waste billions in terms of the environment and financial cost?
Okay, I think, oh, wait, so thank you. All right, I have something to say here. So thank you so much, everyone, for joining this discussion. If you want to continue with this discussion, we have another roundtable session about the Pan-African spirit, the cure for disinformation, miseducation, and epistemic violence. And we have most of the people here on that panel. So if you want to continue this discussion, you can attend that one. Otherwise, for now, we'll go out for lunch. Thank you so much. A round of applause for the speakers.
Aaron, Tad, are you guys here? This is Eric Splayback, the chair for the panel.
Yes, I am here.
Great. Sorry, I'm off camera right now. I'll come around in a moment here.
You're good.
But great.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So we'll get started in just a second here. We're just going to give people a few more seconds to trickle in. But Ted, you're going to lead us off. So if you want to introduce yourself, I'll keep time, of course. Then Aaron will follow, and I'll conclude. So we'll have about 15 minutes each to present. Take as much of that time as you want to. Take as much or as little of that time as you want to, I should say. And then we'll have about 10 minutes each for questioning. So I think if it works for you guys, we can do questions at the end. Or if we want to do questions individually, whichever you prefer.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks so much.
Yeah, I'm okay with doing them at the end. So
okay, let's do that then. Great. So
I just want to double check. Did you receive my presentation? If not, I can screen share.
I think we received them. The question is whether they downloaded it to this computer. If you prefer, and also if we do it from here, then we have to advance the slides here. So if you want to do it there, I would suggest, personally, I prefer to control it myself. So I would.
Yeah. All right, yeah, I can share it then if that's okay.
Yeah, absolutely. You should be able to share right now according to these settings.
Okay. Can you guys, let's see. Can you guys see that?
Yep.
Okay. Am I good to get started then?
1 second, Ted. Sorry, it's starting to. Are you on the right tab? Maybe it's not displaying for us.
Yeah, there it is.
There we go. Is that good?
Yep, perfect.
Okay. I guess I'll get started then. So my name is Tad Monick. I'm a graduate student at Missouri State University. I am currently receiving my Master's of International Affairs, and my paper is titled The Corruption of Queerness on the African Continent. So with that said, I guess I'll just dive right in. The overview of my argument is that why is it that the African continent is so torn over queerness? And By this, I mean that we see African countries heading in very different directions when it comes to approaching the queer community. In many different African countries, we are seeing a deepening of anti-queer sentiments, legal attacks, and social ostracization of queer individuals. And in contrast, we have some African countries which are trying to embrace queer communities and extending rights and legal protections to them as they see fit. So with that said, my paper argues that the reason can be found by analyzing pre-colonial and post-colonial attitudes. So in sum, colonization effectively corrupted African queerness, as my paper coins it, and this has resulted in the deepening of anti-queer attitudes in modern times, which as I described earlier. So I effectively make this argument by analyzing the pre and post-colonial laws and attitudes regarding queerness all across the continent. This little picture here has the countries that I analyzed in my paper. So as you can see, I have done Sudan, Ethiopia, Kenya, Tanzania, but for the sake of time today, I'm only gonna highlight what, in my opinion, is the most notable cases. So with that said, I will move a little bit more into the argument. So why and how did colonization corrupt African queerness? So first and foremost, I think it is necessary to discuss why exactly colonizers attempted to disrupt African queerness. And frankly, it is a rather simple answer that results to just instability. It is much easier to colonize and economically exploit when those who are being colonized are entrenched in deep divisions and destabilization. So these artificial intrusions and divides set up by mostly Western European cultures coerced local populations to focus on infighting and religious savior and divinity and maintaining a legal livelihood rather than focusing on the exploitation that they were experiencing. So that kind of breaks down that. So with that said, there are two parts to my argument. So the proliferation of anti-queer doctrine is one way that that instability was forced. So this was primarily done via missionaries from Christian and Islamic teachings. And they worked pretty diligently to shame and emphasize the divine design of procreation while demonizing queer acts as wicked and sinful. And these missionaries, as I said earlier, are often from Western European countries, and they used propaganda, violent rhetoric, and also a lot of the time medical misinformation to stigmatize queer identities and eroding communal bonds and reshaping African perceptions of their own cultures. And specifically, in terms of medical misinformation, many European missionaries provided medical care to European colonies. And in doing so, they shamed and villainized queer relations by inaccurately linking them to sexual diseases. And this led many Africans to believe that queer relations were directly related to sexual disease, when in reality, contraceptives and hygiene practices could have more properly approached the issue. So secondly, I have the institutionalization of anti-queerness. And as we know, European colonizers shaped their colonies' legal frameworks. And in doing so, many colonies, specifically British colonies, criminalized queer relations. And colonial governments enacted laws criminalizing unnatural acts and acts of sodomy, which targeted queer relationships and were largely derived from missionary propaganda. And this point is a little more straightforward than the last one and primarily just includes the legal oppression of African cultures and the deepening of anti-queer sentiments. And although French colonies often showed less direct legal and social oppression than French ones, heteronormativity did remain a pervasive colonial influence. So with that said, I have some examples that I would like to show you guys. So again, for the sake of simplicity and the essence of time, I only have, I believe, about 8 examples. So firstly, I have Kenya and the Maru people, which had well-established documentation of transgender men, and they were extended the right to marriage with another man, and they were also designated important religious leadership roles and as genderqueer individuals. And then we also have Angola and the Bantu and Bengala people who have records dating back to the 16th century from European explorers, specifically the Mbengala people. They detailed, quote, men who wore feminine attire and were treated as wives, and these were likely what we would categorize as transgender women nowadays. And furthermore, they also had documented someone who was a man leader who dressed in a feminine manner and demanded to be called by feminine titles. So then we also have Uganda with the Langi and Bantu people. There was the legal recognition of queer relationships, and alongside queer leadership, specifically King Mwanga of the Buganda Kingdom, they had queer relationships with their advisors, which, though was used against them in the future by missionaries, is important to note. So specifically, then we also have in Sudan, the Azande people, and they recognized male queer marriages and established the concept of boy wives, which many of you may have heard of, essentially a temporary relationship between a warrior and his protege, which signaled maturity and growth by the end of the cycle, but they were notably temporary. Then I also have some more examples in Ethiopia with the Amhara people. They viewed queerness as a divine error, but chose tolerance instead of criminalization, whereas colonizers chose to criminalize such things. And then we have Tanzania, specifically Zanzibar. I think this is a really fascinating example that there was a genderqueer caste system which specialized in prostitution, which obviously played a vital role economically and sexually on the island. So lastly, I have Zimbabwe, which accepted queer relationships in earlier stages of life. They were expected to grow out of these relationships and marry into a heterosexual relationship with the goal of procreation. But in sum, all of the examples show that prior to colonization, queer relationships were incredibly common and in most cases tolerated and accepted and embraced. Though that there were cases of African queer communities being shunned and or punished, they were not, by no means in my experience, the norm. And this brings me to my next portion, which talks about the corruption of queerness and modern implications. So similar to the last section, I'm just going to highlight the most prominent examples of colonial corruption for the sake of time, but I provided a few that I haven't talked about already to hopefully give you a good overview of what we're dealing with. So in Sudan, we had the Colonial Code, which established anti-sodomy laws in 1899 and aimed to attack statutory rape, which is a good thing, but this changed drastically upon independence in 1956. And Sudan greatly expanded these anti-queer laws by amending them to include consensual relationships. And punishments included things like 100 lashes, 5 years in prison, and even death, the death penalty for repeat offenders, if you want to call them that. So for this reason, Sudan is ranked as one of the most homophobic countries in the world. And then we have Zambia, which also had the criminalization of sodomy and unnatural offenses, which often just included women relationships, with up to 14 years in prison in 1930. This again changed drastically upon independence, extending the punishment to a minimum of 15 years in prison rather than the maximum of 14 years that was previously established. And there's also an increased anti-queer propaganda in the name of Christian values by politicians in this country. They claimed that they have to preserve these Christian values by attacking the devil, and a lot of them argue that this is the queer community. And the last one on this slide is Nigeria, which had the colonial criminalization of carnal knowledge against the order of nature, again, very rooted in religious sentiments. And this passed legislation to ban queer marriage, organizations, and relations post-independence. So current punishment includes a 14-year prison sentence depending on the crime committed. And they also rank as one of the most homophobic countries in the world. The last two examples I have here are Uganda and Ghana, which in my opinion are on the separate side because they are the most active cases regarding the expansion of anti-queer laws and sentiments and the most extreme cases. So we have Uganda, where the prior to independence, the Bantu people experienced intense disinformation regarding their leaders from missionaries in order to demonize them. And during this time, they also had the criminalization of sodomy and unnatural offenses in 1902. And this was expanded in 1950 to even criminalize those who would be considered allies or who were aiding in queer relations. So since then, a plethora of amendments have been passed to expand the criminalization of queerness in modern times. So the 2009 anti-homosexuality bill, which in the West was coined the Kill the Gays bill, and this had the punishment of death initially proposed. And though this was amended to only have the sentence of life imprisonment. It is still incredibly worrying. And in modern times, a 2023 version was passed to ban queer, or was passed to ban queer media and criminalize even leasing to queer individuals. So then we also have Ghana as my last example, where the criminal code under colonial rule criminalized unnatural carnal knowledge with up to 3 years in prison in 1892. And in my opinion, this is one of the most intense cases of rapid anti-queer sentiments on the continent. In 2021, they tried to replicate Uganda's experiences and heavily discussed a ban on gay propaganda, including any media representation, and prohibiting the awarding of even social welfare for those who are queer or aid in the protection of queer individuals. And though this bill did not pass, thankfully, due to external pressures and domestic outcries, it is incredibly alarming considering how overwhelming the support was in the Ghanaian parliament. So I'm just going to move on to my concluding statements. I don't know how much time I have left, but I want to make sure that I get everything in. So in sum, colonization corrupted African queerness by institutionalizing anti-queer sentiments and proliferating anti-queer doctrine. And the struggle against anti-queerness across the African continent is incredibly multifaceted, but is ultimately, according to my research, deeply rooted to the legacies of colonization and an ongoing societal challenges caused by colonization. So sadly, the widespread anti-queerness in modern times is deepening, specifically in states that have had like rocky relationships and track records with the queer community. This is particularly exacerbated by Western countries who are increasingly abandoning their support for queer communities. And this occurrence needs to be further evaluated, which, funny enough, I have since produced papers on and I'm hoping to continue doing in my doctorate. So and then my last concluding statements I want to have is that Africa ranks lowest, specifically Sub-Saharan Africa, ranks lowest in terms of queer acceptance. But despite this, there are many, I guess, like gleams of hope, you guess I could call it, where many African nations are experiencing a shift in public opinion and increasing visibility of queer identities, which makes it naturally harder to oppress these communities. And furthermore, there's a very inconsistent application of anti-queer laws, which is suggesting a growing resistance to institutionalized discrimination. So moving forward, I believe that we need to promote these inclusive policies and discussions that honor, in my opinion, the very rich cultural history of African queerness. And I believe research such as this is working to do that. So with all that said, thank you for listening to me. This was my first ever conference presentation, so I hope it was decent. But yeah, I guess we can move on to the next presenter. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask them at the end.
Great job, Ted. Great job. Let's round of applause, everyone. Great job. Aaron, if you're ready, you can start. I'll send a message to you in about 5 minutes remaining on your presentation.
Okay, great. So let me share my presentation here. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. So I'm Erin Kenny and I'm at Missouri State. I lived in Con in Guinea in the early 2000s, and I'm a economic anthropologist. I'm really interested in household economics, especially how families allocate resources. And over the last 25 years or so, I've been looking at how households allocate their resources according to gender and stage in the life course, especially around things like rites of passage, things like marriage, entrepreneurship, and probably most significantly, education. So in this presentation, I'm going to do an overview of some of the academic literature on education. A lot of that comes from international development initiatives. So in a developing world context, I'm going to be a little bit critical about some of these and suggest that there's some dimensions of epistemic violence happening here. And then I'm going to ground this in a case study that takes place in Eastern Guinea. One of the things that you probably already know is that education is expensive. And so when families make the decision to send a child to school, they have to think about a lot of other corollary costs, not only things like how do you pay for tuition, but also things like transportation, uniforms, school fees, and really importantly, especially along the lines of gender, is the labor that's missing from the household while the daughter is enrolled in school. A lot of economists do a lot of kind of wonky analyses about how people invest in education, and there are two key models. One is that Barrow-Becker model that some of you may be familiar with, which is the idea that parents and children share this single utility function. Everyone's working together for the benefit of a household. But there's also something called the overlapping generation model, which suggests that within households, there's internal differentiation, and some members of the household are sort of strategically positioned to maximize resources after education. And it's probably not surprising that it's frequently boys that are favored to attend school. And you know, this actually varies quite a lot across Africa and, you know, within nations of Africa. When I was in Tanzania, I recorded that girls from Chaga families were 3 times more likely to attend school than girls from Maasai families. And that has a little bit to do with the economic contexts of these two different groups. For one group, which is agricultural, you see women being involved in a lot more of the productive labor, and also working in commerce and professionalizing, working outside the home in ways that Maasai women typically, at least traditionally, have not done. So these models have to really be taken in context and according to the part of the world that you look at. But one of the findings of a lot of this research on girls in education is demographic data that suggests that for every 7 years of education that a girl receives, she marries later and she has fewer children. And you can see why development specialists would be interested in this kind of data. By the way, when we're talking about a post-industrial context, this simplistic equation really doesn't hold water, and there's lots of data on that too that we could talk about if you're interested. This slide here comes from a report that was released last year from the World Bank, which shows that if you bring your attention down here to the bottom, every year of learning generates a 10% increase in earnings annually. And so you see here that a lot of economists are going to be very interested in that kind of number. That's better than a stock market return. So we also have this kind of information that suggests that education doesn't just increase salaries, it also allows for young people to have wider choices. For example, we see a lot of literature saying that more education leads to greater lifetime productivity. It leads to higher rates of innovation. And even lately, some data that suggests that higher rates of education mean that people are more likely to support what are called green voting or pro-climate outcomes, which I think we can all appreciate. So nations have been investing in education, and the international development community has been doing a lot of programming for the last 50 years or so, since World War II, to try to promote education. These figures come from the World Bank, and this shows that that relationship again between the returns, and those would be economic returns on enrollment statistics. And since the 1990s, really kind of kicked off by this 1995 Beijing Platform for Action, which is sometimes called the Women's Conference, that a lot of nonprofit agencies, international development groups, and state governments have been strategically investing in development, in education initiatives for girls specifically. In 2004, we saw something kind of interesting happen where a lot of philanthropic arms of big corporations, so this movement that kicked off in the 2000s under the Obama administration around corporate social responsibility. We start to see corporations being involved in investing in girls' education. And you might be familiar with a very glossy campaign that was called the Girl Effect. Here's just a slide from their website. I mean, they have like these massive promises, right? We unlock the power of girls. But there have been critics who have said that the Girl Effect really relies on a sort of essentialist view of gender. And a lot of times this idea that that girls can save the nation put a lot of expectation on girls who typically, or women who are typically already a little bit overburdened. I mean, look at some of these things, this language. It says, girls are the greatest, or the world's greatest untapped resource. There's been some pushback on this by people looking at this development rhetoric and saying things like, well, when you monetize the capacity of people in this way, you're really buying into a kind of a neoliberal worldview where the expectation is that everyone's part of hustle culture and contributing toward this bottom line, this GDP, and maybe not thinking about some of these other important life quality issues. So there have been critics of the Girl Effect. There's also been, I think this is probably an area where we could probably have a conversation about epistemic violence if we wanted to, the idea that girls will save the world. And there's been a lot of I'm sure that everyone's heard of Malala. She won the Nobel Prize. She was the youngest person to win the Nobel Prize. She was shot by the Taliban in 2012, coming home from an exam that she had taken. And you've probably also heard of the Chibok schoolgirls in Nigeria who were kidnapped from school by Boko Haram in 2014, April of 2014. So these are two areas where we see that not everyone in the non-West is interested in girls' education. There is pushback from within the local context. Nevertheless, there are these massive programs about educating girls, and you can see this is an example of what's called the theory of change. So this would be a model that's used by an NGO to set up the barriers to girls' education, some assumptions, and then ultimately leading up to these impacts. And we don't probably have the time to go into every single one of those. But starting about, well, as far as I can tell, 20 years ago, in 2001, there's been a concerted effort to also examine the outcomes of putting more resources into education for children with disabilities. And even more so than girls, children with disabilities are often left out of schools in a developing world context. In fact, just 1% of women worldwide with disabilities are literate. So that's a pretty low number, obviously. And so one of the findings of this nonprofit organization from Kenya called from England called the Leonard Cheshire Foundation was that when you invest in disabled children's education, there are kind of two streams that have to go. One is you have to focus a lot of attention on comprehensive teacher training. And the other is that there have to be these physical accommodations made to schools. So to treat them separately, that first one about teacher training, this is going to be the final part of this paper. The teacher trainings can be very expensive, and they can be very difficult to logistically, because teachers have to leave their households of origin and go maybe to capital cities or sometimes to other countries in order to receive that training. And one of the things that I'm going to show here is that because of the internet, because of technologies, there is a increased ability for teachers to receive some of this key training. And that's where I'm going to go here in this final part of the paper. Oh, these are just examples of online resources that are available. One, UNICEF has been putting a lot of energy into creating a database about children with disabilities, but also creating training videos for instructors. And these are available in a whole wide range of languages. And then there's also a really amazing organization called Handicap International, and they have a whole YouTube channel. And so I first got turned on to these in 2019 when I visited ConCon, the same place where I had lived in 2002. And I reconnected with, I'm not sure if we'll have time to talk about that. I reconnected with a friend of mine who I had previously worked with at a development agency in the early 2000s. I'm going to call her Miriam. That's not her real name, but she had been afflicted by polio as a child. She had received a polio vaccine that actually transmitted the disease to her. And so at the time that I knew her, she got around on crutches. And when I saw her in 2019, she was in a wheelchair. But she and her husband, who is from Cote d'Ivoire over here, have started a school in Guinea. It's called École Centre Spécialisée Tawalaku. I don't know how to say this one. Tawakalatu. I'm so sorry that I've mangled that word. Let me tell you what that word means, though. It's from an Arabic verb, tawakaltu. Someone hopefully can help me know how to say that. And it means I put my trust in. So this is a if we translate this into English, this is a school that trusts in the divine plan of God. In fact, I was told that a lot of times people do a little prayer before they leave their house, and they use this tawakaltu concept to sort of say that today I'm trusting that the best outcomes according to my fate are going to be realized. The school opened in 2012, and it has every year has been running since. It mostly runs on money that it receives from Europe, from donors. But in 2022, kind of amazingly, the national government gave them a disbursement of money. So this was one of the first times that they had received state money in addition to international donor money. And the other thing that, here are some photographs from the school. The other thing is that the school does have specifically tailored, let's see, I can see I have my 5 minutes. That was 5 minutes ago. I'm out of time, but let me just go really fast.
Yeah, just
okay.
start wrapping up. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I think I originally thought I had a 20-minute time slot, so I messed that up. But the school was designed for children with disabilities, but it has been functioning so successfully that now it manages lots of children with different abilities. The main thing that the school does is that it trains the disabled students who sign up for this program to do kind of like a handicraft kind of project. And what they do is they make these leather shoes on these treadle sewing machines. The shoes retail for about $3.50 in the market. And so they're not really making a large profit, but Miriam says that profit's not really the purpose. She sees these trainings as an investment in the capacity of her graduates. And so she has been using those training videos that I showed you before with her staff for the last several years. And she's also been attending a whole lot of these trainings that have been funded by a number of different sources. So in this final part of the paper, I was going to talk about the findings. These findings actually that I'm about to tell you come from the international development community, but they echo a lot of the things that Miriam showed me. The first is that when you have these kinds of programs beefed up in your school, what we see is an increase in literacy skills. So disabled students are better able to read and write. The other is that students have an increase in emotional skills. Their confidence increases. They have more interactions with their peers. The community is also impacted. The community sees the benefit of these programs and wants to continue them. However, there's still room for improvement. There need to be more of these trainings. And so that is the end of my paper. Thanks so much for your time and attention.
Great. Thank you, Erin.
Sure.
So yeah, I'll get started. And I think that was a really good segue that you're talking about transportation needs at the end there, as that is the genesis of my project, addressing the challenging routes towards regional integration in Africa. My project, my name is Eric Splavek. I am a 5th-year PhD at the University of Kansas, pursuing a PhD in political science, as well as a graduate certificate in African studies. And I'm interested in understanding how Africa has progressed politically towards integration, but lagged behind in transportation needs needed to link people, places, goods, services, cargo, freight throughout the continent. So in this presentation, I'll be talking about my literature review, looking at regional integration, Pan-Africanism, transportation from different angles, and looking at the data and measurement, plan chapters, and a few concluding remarks about the state of the project. Right now, this is a dissertation prospectus, and I'm advancing, should be advancing to the ABD status by the end of the semester with this project in mind. And in this project, I'm questioning what factors determine the success or failures of regional economic communities in integrating politically and economically in Africa. Could transportation infrastructure, with its vital role in connecting businesses, individuals, societies, be the key to understanding why some regional economic communities succeed and others fail? I think there's a distributional labor problem going on. I think there's disconnection of the African continent that is imposed by the grand scale and size of these ambitions, these programs that are produced by the AU and other organizations. Regional integration is becoming an increasingly salient area of political science research, as recent trends have, in the literature, have reconceptualized the world as a system of regions. These are the regions of the world recognized by the World Bank, but us as scholars of Africa recognize that sub-Saharan Africa is not a very precise label of the African continent, nor is South Asia a very good conceptualization of the Asian continent. There is this, in this reframing, we can do better, we can do more, we can account for the possibility that multiple histories, motivations, and histories influence how states have developed, not just the European political systems, not just indigenous African systems, but entire networks of systems. We can account for these possibilities. So understanding how regions are structured, how we see ourselves within these regions, how states see themselves in these regions have become increasingly salient to political science researchers and in data. At the heart, integration in Africa is rooted in Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism is this nebulous definition that calls for a variety of intellectual and political practices to encourage unity, solidarity between African people and African states. So we see Pan-Africanism come from Kwame Nkrumah, the African Union, the Organization for African Unity, the East African Community, ECOWAS, the SADC, and so many other communities that are focused around the ideas of uniting African people, African states, African resources with other networks. And throughout African history, Pan-Africanism has been this guiding force, motivating this greater trend towards integration. So studying integration in Africa, one must study Pan-Africanism. To not do so would be to neglect the entirety of the force that Pan-Africanism is. So regional integration specifically is a measure of the processes in which states move from a condition of total or partial isolation to a complete or partial integration. So the East African community is a really good example of these integration processes. Uganda, Tanzania, and Kenya were the original 3 member states of the East African community that gradually have grown to now include Somalia and the DRC as recently as 2022 and 2024 respectively. In this way, the linkages between these states are deepening. The states are building new standards, new policies that are linking these states together and linking them into a broader community, a broader network of states. So this is creating more and more intergovernmental affiliation, policy harmonization, and we're seeing advancements in a number of ways. However, we're not seeing the complete integration of African states. We're seeing a lot of movement in the policy space. We're seeing a lot of ideational ideas. We're seeing the removal of tariffs between states. We're seeing the establishment of free trade areas, but we're lagging behind in other areas, particularly in transportation. Improved transportation infrastructure allows rural producers to access bigger markets within certain communities, within certain states. Improving road structure improves GDP. By allowing people to travel from Dodoma to Dar es Salaam via rail lines, via roadways, they're accessing bigger markets and more opportunities to sell their goods on. This operates the same way in regional communities. Burundi, Rwanda are landlocked. By giving them access to ports in Nairobi and Dar es Salaam, they have more access to engage with the global economy and the regional economy. This helps to improve, improvements in transportation infrastructure also improve quality of life. People that live along paved roadways make more money. They have better health outcomes, and they have better educational outcomes. It's amazing what happens. Throughout the world, there is the same stress on the importance of transportation infrastructure, and we're seeing real outcomes. This graphic here from Chukwu et al. 2020 is a scorecard of how Africa, Latin America, and the Caribbean countries, South America, European and Central Asian countries, and East Asian Pacific countries are doing on these different measures of transportation. These scorecards are really common in this literature because it's taking a lot of data and making it very communicable. By understanding the number of fixed telephone subscriptions per 100 people, we can have a better idea about the socioeconomic well-being of these regions. By understanding the availability and quality of road infrastructure on scales, we can start to digest this complex information in a number of ways. And regional integration is not just being imposed upon African states. This is an indigenous process. Again, this idea of Pan-Africanism has linked these communities together for years and years of development. The 1994 Arusha Treaty, which established the African Economic Community and 8 regional communities, set out to create a united and integrated Africa that would create regional economic communities that are capable of reducing tariff and non-tariff barriers between states, creating free trade areas, creating customs unions so that African states and African people can do business with one another with few barriers, establishing a continent-wide common market, continent-wide common market. Say that 10 times fast, my apologies. Continent-wide common market so that all African states can have the same common tariff rates and negotiate better with the rest of the world on their imports and exports to avoid competition between states, between regions, as well as the establishment of a continent-wide economic and monetary union. So there'd be one African dollar. Instead of 54 national currencies, we would have one African dollar, and which supports the economies and purchasing power of African people and African states. So these goals have been worked towards over the past 30 years. We've made some progress, but still, while we're making this progress in the ideational space, Africa is not well connected. Recent work by Andrew Denning highlights the colonial legacies that impact African transportation infrastructure. The British and French colonial systems had different visions about how best to navigate the African continent. The French, for example, wanted to design highways capable of linking Dakar to Algiers because they felt that the rail infrastructure would be vulnerable to attacks and to be too expensive to maintain. Whereas the British colonial system wanted to establish a railway from the Cape to Cairo and to build this rail empire that they had created in India that allowed them to capture more rents from the indigenous populations. So when colonialism ended, these competing visions impacted the legacies of African states and their ability to move and navigate between each states. So there's this disconnection now where we have these patchwork systems of railway connections with these different highway standards. We have all these issues that lead to break of gauge, which forces people to traveling from Nairobi to Dar es Salaam to change trains. So that is an inconvenience not only to the passengers, but also to the shipping companies that are shipping cargo freight, as most of the world's cargo freight is shipped via rail lines. So it's expensive to have these break of gauges. So trying to standardize infrastructure is hugely important. And this South African development communities, some of the highest rail density in Africa, but interior African states like Chad, the Central African Republic, Niger, Mali, have very little rail infrastructure. So there's these disconnection points. Somalia is another place that has so much potential, but has few rail infrastructure connections. So these different legacies have led to varied road structures, varied conditions, and different indigenous solutions. Landlocked states like Niger, like Central African Republic, like Chad, have higher costs on imports. They're often dependent on their neighbors to allow cargo freight and people and other products to flow through their borders. So the issue is that this creates this dependency and this creates this motivation for greater regional integration, especially among states that are landlocked and vulnerable to these expectations by their neighbors. So African states have invested in highway infrastructure to develop free trade areas and to help landlocked states access global markets. These are some of the proposed plans for a Trans-African Continental Road Network, but the standards are still different. Large segments of these roadways that are planned or constructed are still unpaved. So there's still these issues that exist that disconnect African states. We take for granted how easy it is to drive in the United States. There are standard roadways. There's standard road lengths, standard lane widths. So there's this opportunity for us to travel with ease, which is something we take for granted. But in African states, there's varied road conditions that are often dependent on the funding of the state, the community, and the weather conditions. So to measure these factors, to measure regional integration in transport, the common approach is to build your own system of indicators, using indicators, collecting data from multiple sources to produce it into pretty scorecards, putting things from scores of 0 to 1 to indicate how strongly states are integrated into broader systems. So there's various dimensions that you can grade on, things like regional governance, economic integration, functional cooperation, social integration, foreign direct investment, exports, worker remittances, so on and so forth. But these indices don't tell the full story about how the patterns of specific states are operating. So in this project, I'm going to assemble my own system of regional indicators, and I'll also be using a gravity model of trade to help draw in some of these points and to have this multi-level analysis of the different processes going on here. So a gravity model works mechanistically, suggesting that trade distance mitigates trades between states. The European Union and the UK can trade a lot, but it's because they're proximate, they're geographically proximate. But the trade between India and the UK is over a greater distance, so it's harder to trade. It's harder for these states to interact with one another. Regional integration helps overcome this distance by creating these standards in roadways, in trade barriers, in tariff rates, and so on and so forth. So this is understanding how transportation impacts these processes can really help to build on this literature and to further explore the integration of African states. So in my dissertation, I plan to write 4 separate chapters on these issues, linking them all together. The first chapter, Integrated Africa, a report on transportation networks and regional integration in Africa. We'll discuss the importance of regional integration efforts and their motivations. We'll discuss the physical transportation. These little distances, 7 inches, 100, 400 millimeters, if you will, create big costs on trade, transport, and the integration of states. When you have a meter gauge rail system, you cannot travel on standard gauge rail systems. So it's difficult for people and cargo to move between different spaces, different states, different regions even. So I'll have a discussion here in this chapter. I'll talk about the measurement challenges that come in assessing regional integration while discussing the regional indicators as discussed by Delambadir, 2024, who has a great book and several informative chapters on indicator construction And I'll be using a lot of modeling from Daniel Tano, who's one of the key contributors to the African Regional Integration Assessment Report, ARIA Index, the ARIA Index. And he's provided in his report, in his writings, in the proofs for the construction of his index, detailed measures about how he's assembled this indicator. So by adapting the strategy, I can add in new variables and new data sources to help complement the existing measurement strategies. Challenging routes will also be a discussion about the problem of overlapping membership. African states don't exist in one regional organization. African identities are often multifaceted. The DRC, for example, is in 4 separate regional integration communities. It's in the Kenya and Tanzania are also in multiple communities as well. So these overlapping networks create challenges in integration as certain political priorities manifest themselves over others. I'll be discussing this further in a case study of the East African community and their transportation network system. The EAC is often seen as this flying goose, the leader in regional integration in Africa, but the road systems, the highway systems linking African states in the East African community are still underdeveloped. And there have been master plans and innovations, but still it's not possible to travel directly from Nairobi to Dar es Salaam on the same train. Dar es Salaam and Dodoma recently became linked via standard gauge railway. As recently as last week, they completed the first couple runs of the new standard gauge rail line in Tanzania, but still there is work to be done. And this chapter will explore these solutions, these strategies taken as well. And finally, the last chapter in my dissertation project will address Agenda 2063 and the goals laid out therein to establish a Pan-African high-speed train network, the abolishment of visa requirements for all African citizens. Africa shall be free from violent conflict, terrorism, extremism, intolerance, gender-based violence, and so on. The continent will be drug-free with no human trafficking, where organized crime and other forms of criminal networks, such as arms trade and piracy, are ended. So these are lofty goals, great ideas, but transportation has a role in this as well. Changes in transportation infrastructure will affect many of these processes, particularly in human trafficking and others. So with that being said, I think we'll go back to the group and yield to questions. But thank you all for listening, and thank you. We look forward to your questions. We have about 30 minutes precisely. Oh, yeah, Dr. Adams. Oh, yeah.
Okay, I have a couple questions of a kind of devil's advocate sort, or trying to complicate some arguments and bringing it to the concept of the concepts of epistemic violence that inform the kind of meeting in general. So first, for Tad, I was wondering throughout the presentation what your definition or conception of queerness is. So queerness is a primary concept for your presentation, but you didn't really define it. And I think that that's an important thing for your project, to define what you mean by queerness. And then as a part of that, I wonder about the possibility for a kind of similar kind of imposition of notions that one might do with respect to the concept of queerness too. And here I don't mean like the kind of reaction to the kind of Ghanaian government or Ugandan government, the kind of reaction to global forms of queer activism, sort of portraying that as a kind of Western form being imposed on Africa. I don't mean that, but what I do mean, or I wonder about, or how would like to hear you say something about, is whether there's a kind of an imposition of a particular model of queerness, and whether that is evident in your presentation. If I were to play devil's advocate, to what extent do we risk imposing, do we put particular notions of queerness onto practices and then give them a certain meaning that are not necessarily local meanings, but they're appropriated for certain other kinds of agendas? And then similarly with respect to Eric's
presentation. I'm interested, you hint at it a little bit, but there's an interesting tension in your presentation between the importance of transportation for integration, which next door they're talking about Pan-Africanism and the importance of that kind of project. And you made clear that, yeah, kind of transportation integration is necessary for that Pan-African project. But at the same time, you noted Andy Denning's book, which talked about how road networks and transportation played a role in colonization and imperialism. So, and you also hinted at things like trafficking, transportation and integration can bring benefits, but transportation and integration also come with costs and severe dangers. And I wonder to what extent you're going to discuss those in your chapters of your dissertation.
Absolutely.
Do you want to have other people chime in with questions before you respond, or how do you want to do this?
I think that's a good place to start. Ted, do you want to start off?
Yeah, sure. So that's a really good question. I think that firstly, what's most important to emphasize is that within the scope of my paper, queerness is purely defined as anything that falls out of the Western scope of heteronormativity. So obviously, African queerness is vastly different than Western queerness, but during colonization, that is Western civilizations defined queerness by their parameters. And so that was what was forced upon a lot of African societies. And so it's important to emphasize that while African queerness is vastly different than the Western notion of what we have, it ultimately is how my paper defines it, just because of the struggles and definitions that were forced upon African cultures in terms of queerness. So I definitely think there is an issue when it comes to, even in modern days with my paper as well, of struggling to understand exactly how African cultures encapsulate and deal with queerness, because you know, in Western societies, you're not really expected to grow out of your sexuality, but in many African cultures, it is common to interact with queerness at a younger age and grow out of that and into heteronormativity. So I think it's kind of a non-answer answer. I'm so sorry if that's the case. There was a few parts of your question that I noted. So what is queerness to me? Anything outside of heteronormativity. And yes, I do think that there definitely is some conflicting definitions when it comes to Western queerness versus African queerness. And that is something that my paper is hopefully trying to combat.
Sorry, there you go.
Yeah, if I can just follow up on that a little bit. For example, when you're doing your review of different practices that you want to call queerness in an African context, they're a very disparate set of things, right? And maybe they only make sense as a category, given some other kind of thing that you're taking to be a norm of something, which is partly what you're doing. But in that set of things you're reviewing, it seems to me there are a lot of different practices that one would hesitate maybe to think about in terms of queerness per se, or it's a particular lens that you're putting on them. So I'll leave it at that, because I think Eric is going to respond to the question.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, thank you for your question, Dr. Adams. That you're right, there is a tension there. The connectivity that we have with each other does bring us closer together, but it also brings problems that are at the sides back in the forefront, right? Like human trafficking is something that exists along transportation networks. So eliminating human trafficking is multifaceted, but saying that all these things are going to happen when we have to do all these things to get to this point is aspirational. There's this disconnect between the political ideation and the transportation realities of it. To create a connected Africa, we have to accept that we'll be a little bit less safe because people will be more movable. Terrorist networks, for example, could have more mobility by using rail lines, by using connecting with people across the continent. Human traffickers could have more connectivity. Arms trade could expand. So there are these inherent risks. So it's just this understanding the tension, understanding the cost benefits, the implications for all this is kind of where I'm going with that chapter, talking about the potential that this raises, but also acknowledging that there are challenges that will persist even after we achieve these goals in Agenda 2063 and other plans for greater African integration. Looks like we do have a question from Margaret. If you would like to speak up, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much.
I'm sorry, but I want to ping pong back to Ted's and follow up on Glenn's question. I was very impressed with the variety of queerness that you found in Africa. I've never seen such a spread. That was very good research. I just want to comment more closely on one as an example, and that was the Zande or Azande. That kind of what you call queerness happened only during wartime and only when the warriors were far from their wives. So it's been gone for like 100 years now. And it was in one very, very small corner of Africa. So I think the point that Glenn's bringing up too is it's really hard to generalize. And then I saw that you had the same countries in part 2 as you did in part 1. In other words, you brought up the example of queerness in the Sudan, which was a very, very, like only 25% of the Zande even live in Sudan. The rest live in the other countries next door. And it's been gone for 100 years. And then you counter that with the way Sudan is today, which especially Sudan is no longer Sudan. It's also Sudan and South Sudan. And then Sudan at the time is Arabic. So, I mean, there's a lot more fine. If you're going to give those examples, I think you have to give more context to them. But again, kudos for looking those up. That was amazing. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that input. I mean, you're totally correct that it is a little harsh to make these generalizations on that. I will definitely look more into that, especially since now, obviously, since 2013, 2014, it's South Sudan is obviously existing. So you are correct that a lot of these groups obviously span beyond borders, and that is something I struggled with my research and defining it in a way that people would understand in the Western view. So I definitely appreciate that.
All right. I really did enjoy your presentation, most especially because I'm studying around queerness at this point in time. So I would also like to reiterate what Glenn has said so far. For me, I find your use of the term corruption of queerness a little bit troubling because I think your use of that kind of represents what Rao is Indian American author that has written on queerness in, I think, Uganda, what he calls manic reparation. Okay, and so I think in your use of the term corruption of queerness in Africa, you are kind of dancing to the tune or tilting towards the side of manic reparation. And in doing that, you've kind of, I think you've ignored the fact that African sexuality is unique in its own term. And you have imposed your own, I think, Western-centric notion about queerness on your thoughts about queerness in Africa, right? Now, back to your stance about homophobic laws, for instance. I'm just thinking if you can juxtapose the current homophobic laws in many African countries with the actual reality of homosexuality or queerness. So for instance, I'm a Nigerian, right? The Nigerian law, Nigeria, just like you said, is one of the most homophobic African countries. I understand that. However, as much as the country is homophobic and as much as the law is homophobic, I think the narrative about homophobia is gradually shifting. Not necessarily to the terms of acceptance, but to the terms of saying it is what it is. And then sometimes people then make fun of it, right? So if you look at, okay, so right now there are some Nigerian content creators who are queer, who portray or present themselves as queer, and who in their mannerisms, the Nigerian online community has assumed to be queer. But now these content creators have not in any way tried to discourage or negate the perception of Nigerians about their queerness. But what happens most times is that Nigerians make a fun of their queerness, like laugh about it, joke about it, despite the homophobic law in the country. So I just think that you may want to like maybe compare or juxtapose the homophobic laws, what's happening in reality.
Yeah, firstly, thank you a lot for the point about the term corruption. I think that's a really good point that I didn't really consider. So I'll definitely apply that to the paper. And secondly, I didn't include really social media, which is a good point. I think that would be a good thing to do in the future as well when I'm amending it. But also, secondly, I wanted to say that I did briefly like touch on it, but I wanted to emphasize it that the inconsistent application of these laws is definitely something that is, I guess, a good thing to point out, and why a lot of these countries maybe, you know, on paper are the most quote homophobic, but as you say, like culturally, that may not be the actual reality. And so I definitely think that is something that I will look further into, and I really appreciate your comments on that.
Sorry, I don't know if I can ask Erin a question.
Yeah.
Erin.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I also find your presentation about the education of the female children with disability very interesting. But I was thinking, so what does, or what is the intention behind the education of these children? Like, what is the end points? To give them an education and then they go back home, or to empower them to be self-sufficient financially? Like, so at the end of the education, there a form of, should I say, intervention that helps them set up their businesses or help them further their education if they want to?
Oh yeah, I think that's such a great question. Your question reminds me of the work of Brad Weiss, you know, his stuff from Tanzania. You know, it's like this, you're educating people, but there still isn't a job market, you know, like to what purpose, to what end? And I think this is why Amy Stambach's work too, also in Tanzania, looking at, you know, kids go away to school and then they, you know, that process of education transforms everything. It transforms how you think about the world. It transforms who you think you are. It transforms your relationality. And to what purpose if there isn't a framework for that? So I think it's such an excellent question. And I don't know. I honestly don't know. I mean, you know, 50 years of development work and everybody's promoting education, but it's just one leg in a stool for this concept that we call economic development, and a lot of that is imposed from the outside. So, I mean, it's an important discourse that I think is left out of the international development literature. Nobody seems to be like, well, you know, education for whom and why? It's such a great point.
I have a question as well. I know you pointed a bit about the critics on girl child education. So I would like to know your opinion on how the critics are mentioning it being the girl child being a powerful resource. Would you like give your opinion on that?
I'm so sorry. My opinion on education as a resource.
The critics, the way you just pointed about the critics on the education. So I would like your opinion on this critics.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm gonna just go with Marina Gonix. She's a Canadian scholar, and I appreciate her critique that this process of education transforms people and in some ways makes it more difficult for them to participate in their own culture. You know, it's I personally feel like education has this incredibly liberatory, emancipatory potential. But again, I mean, like, if it's imposed from the outside, and if you're emphasizing things that are not of value to the children who are there, who is it? I'm blanking out on who, but this is it's Walter Rodney in his book, how Europe underdeveloped Africa. He has this example about how the typical Bemben child, like this is pre-colonial context, could identify something like 235 plants. But after schooling and after going to school, that kind of indigenous knowledge falls away because it's not what's valued anymore. And so, I think we see this in a lot of parts of the world where there's this, transformation of language and loss of indigenous language, loss of indigenous identity, loss of indigenous beliefs. I mean, it's it would be, I think it would be wonderful if we could do educational systems that are actually designed by people who know the culture. But unfortunately, I think a lot of that colonial impact, transformed cultures, and maybe in insidious ways or in ways that weren't intentional. But now we're in this new era. So is there a way that we could do it differently now? Can we be more sensitive? I'd love to see that. I hope that addressed your question.
Let's go to Tad's question before we go back to the room.
Yeah, also just for Aaron as well. It's kind of a side note that you talked about, but you talked about Miriam, who got the polio vaccine and received polio from it. I was just wondering if you could talk more about like how common that was, or like if you knew anything about like the science behind it, if that like is a manufacturing issue, if it's like a prevalent issue. I was just more curious about that.
My understanding is that it had to do with the way that the vaccines were stored. And so some became contaminated. And I don't think it's common, but it's not unheard of. I think it, especially, this was in the 1980s. I believe Miriam was born in 1979. So she was vaccinated in the 1980s. And I believe it was just a really unfortunate thing that happened. Yeah. I also want to point out here that Dr. Buckner has recommended a film called Schooling the World. So if you're not looking at the chat there, I don't know that film, but I know Dr. Buckner. Hi, Dr. Buckner. And I would definitely watch a film that she recommended.
Thanks, Aaron. Sorry, I just wanted to kick in. I forget the author, but it's exactly what the previous person who asked that question, it's exactly what that's about, is how schooling the world in the same way all over the place isn't necessarily the way forward. Sorry, I'll butt out.
No, absolutely. Thank you so much. I love seeing you, Dr. Buckner. Hello.
Hello,
seeing,
back.
not seeing.
To tack on that as well, Decolonizing the Mind by Gugu Wathiongo is excellent conversation about those same thoughts about de-indigenizing knowledge and how to use indigenous languages, or I'm sorry, decolonizing learning language and other things. And his conversation about the importance of Gikuyu in the Kenyan context and Kenyan education system is seminal by all means. But yeah, Julie, you have a question from the audience.
These laws are coming from not just echoing of colonial thoughts, but they're coming from an independent.
I'm sorry, Julie, there was a glitch with the,
Oh.
can you repeat that first bit? Sorry about that, everyone.
Okay, here we go again.
Uh-huh.
Tad, all of that was for you. I was just saying that I appreciated the way that you shared a lot of new knowledge that I was not aware of. But I wanted to just give you a little bit of advice to not always blame the colonizer because we love to blame the colonizer. It's very easy to blame the colonizer, but to realize that these are independent countries that are coming up with their own laws, and to, you know, obviously there's a direct line from what you're saying, but also to give some authority to the voice of an independent country that is making their own laws, even though we don't like them. So just little nuance that you could make in your writing to make sure that you are, you know, at least respecting the voice and the authority of the new independent countries. Question for Aaron. So I'm on the board of a school in Picot, which is a little community people group in Kenya, and our problem is continually the pressure put on our resources. As you know, in Africa, we've got a highly youthful population, and so the schools are constantly bombarded with too many pupils and not enough teachers. Yeah. So when we're dealing with a handicap school, you know, school for disabled children, it becomes a lot more difficult because obviously you have to have a smaller teacher to student ratio. So right. I just wondered if you could comment on the resource allocation that requires.
Yeah, it's a huge dilemma. I think for schools, even here in the Ozarks, it's a huge problem for you know, that teacher student ratio, because you know, as you know, teachers don't always make decent wages, and even in places where they can be paid, they might have so many other responsibilities. I know that, you know, teachers end up a lot of times using their own resources to supplement the, you know, what's available for their students. I know with Miriam, I think in some ways this is because this has been such a labor of love, and she is a very charismatic local figure. She has, I want to use the term, drafted a lot of volunteer aides, so like classroom assistants. So some of these are parents, and they actually come in and they help in the classrooms. I know, for example, she does have a whole staff of people who come in and cook for the children. So you know, I think every school has its own way of navigating that. But one of the things that this particular school that I have butchered their name, to walk call to, I think is it. One of the things that they have is they have tremendous buy-in from the community and a lot of goodwill. And that has everything to do with having a charismatic leader that started the program. I'm not sure that that's a one-size-fits-all solution for every school. But at that school, that was one thing. And then she also, they have a projector that they hook up to a laptop computer to watch these YouTube videos. And so it's something that's done, you know, kind of in a community setting. And so I think that also helps them to get more buy-in. And a lot of that stuff is just, you know, about trying to allow students more time. And they've been pretty excited about kind of concepts like abstractions, like Miriam was Facebooking with me over the summer about a program that they were looking at that was all about intersectionality. And I was blown away. I was like, wow, that's tremendous.
One other question.
Yeah, so this will be our last question.
Okay.
But yeah.
It's a short question.
Perfect.
I don't know if the answer is short.
Sure.
But I was curious, in your research, what have you found connections with the Belt and Road Initiative?
Yes, so that was one thing I didn't get a chance to talk about, but the Belt and Road Initiative, the United States investment in the Limpopo corridor in Angola is, you know, becoming increasingly prevalent. So we're seeing a lot of this maybe neo-colonialism in this development of roadway infrastructure, railway infrastructure, ports. So it's a very multifaceted process. I'm looking forward to explore it more. Right now, it's, you know, still a prospectus, still getting to that stage. But I think there's a lot of different agendas that are worth mentioning and monitoring, and this tension that exists in what model is best over which region, how we do it, and who can do it is really important. The funding is going to be so important as well. Where do the funds come from for projects like this? Is it from China? Is it from the United States? Is it from indigenous African states? That remains to be seen. So, well, right now we're seeing a lot of investment by the Chinese, by the US, but that may change in future years. So I think there's a lot of projects going on and a lot of harmonization that needs to happen before this goes on. But Dr. Adams has an announcement for us all.
Yeah, just a quick announcement for people who found Tad's presentation interesting. I just wanted to note that the Kansas African Studies Center, in collaboration with the African Studies Center at the University of Michigan, is sponsoring a session on Saturday. I know it's like 3 days in a row of things, but there's a virtual symposium on being and becoming Bobrisky. And Bobrisky is a Nigerian personality who is one of these people that Alan was mentioning, who is performing on the kind of social media scene and other kinds of media scenes in Nigeria, and whose existence sort of brings up issues related to varieties of queerness. So if you're interested in that, I think it starts at 10 Central Time and goes until 3 Central Time, and you can find more information about it on the KASC website.
Thank you for that.
Yep. Thank you, everybody, for listening. Thank you for your feedback, and it's great to present for you all. So,
thanks to presenters. We'll be back in 10 minutes. For a short break.
I'm gonna go ahead and get started with the next session for the afternoon. And I am not the chair for this session, but I'm going to introduce the chair for this session, Dr. Gladys Mwangi from Johnson County Community College. I mentioned her earlier as the fall 2024 KASC Great Plains Virtual Affiliate Fellow. So a round of applause for Dr. Mwangi. And I'm going to ask her maybe to say a bit about it if I'm speaking correctly. But one thing that I didn't mention this morning is that JCCC, under the direction of Dr. Mwangi and some of her colleagues, put together an application for the Fulbright Hayes Group Projects Abroad competition, which is a very prestigious competition and difficult competition. It's another kind of competition in the same division of the Department of Education that the University of Kansas gets its FLAS and National Resource Center awards from. But as a function of this, what they proposed to do was to take a group of students and educators to Kenya, to Nairobi, Kenya, maybe areas around Nairobi too, I'm not sure, for an educational experience in June 2025. And they had the idea is to pay all the expenses for these educators and or students. So if this is something that sounds interesting to you, you might consider whether or not you are eligible for it and check it out, because they're still accepting applications for it. And with that, I'll pass it over to you, Dr. Mwangi.
Here. Do I have to?
Yeah, you have to go there because the mic is.
Okay.
When you want to speak.
So thank you very much, Glenn, for that awesome introduction. And as he said, my name is Gladys Mwangi, and I am also coordinating the Fulbright Hayes Grant project that's taking participants to Kenya. And if you're interested, as he says, you can contact me. I think I'll leave my contacts, my email contact, and we'll get back to you with the details on what the program is all about. But basically, it's focusing on taking students and faculty to Kenya, because JCCC is interested in developing a curricula with a focus on Africa as an area of study. And so we're focusing on different topics: migration, environmental aspects, what is the other one? Public health. So it's really quite broad. And most of the participants who have shown interest are multidisciplinary. So we are welcoming applications. If you need more information, you can reach out to myself and my colleague, William McFarland. Okay. Thank you. And so I'm going to take this opportunity to welcome Asma Benaba of the University of Kansas. and she's going to be presenting to us on the epistemic violence in the Algerian film, Haragas. So, Ben Babar, welcome.
Greeting everybody. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Nah. So today I'm presenting my work relying on a film as a primary resource. So the title of my work is Epistemic Violence in the Algerian film Harraga. And we're gonna see what's Harraga, which is an Arabic word. So Harraga is an Arabic word mostly used in Morocco, Tunisia, Algeria, and Libya. And an accommodating translation would be undocumented migrants. Lahreg in the dialects of North Africa is the activity that means crossing, engaging in hazardous journey through the Mediterranean Sea mainly. That's an activity that is very unsafe. The Harragas, or the immigrants, undocumented migrants, are of all colors, religions, from the Maghreb and also from far south, like Senegal and Mali and more. So what's the story of the film? Harraga is a documentary style movie. Was released in 2009 by the Algerian director called Marzaq Alouesh. So 2009 marks the aftermath of the civil war in Algeria that lasted between 1992 and 2002. So the movie centers around 10 Algerian migrants who risked their life and decided to leave the country, which is the main theme of the film. So they left from the shores of port city called Mustaghanem, which is only 100 kilometers far from the shore, the Spanish shore. So the main character, Rashid, Nasser, and Iman, they paid a smuggler named Hassan to take them illegally to Spain. So the trail was possible inside a tiny boat with other Harragas from sub-Saharan country. However, the attempt to cross the Mediterranean fails and the dreams vanished. So Alouesh in this movie, he documents the clandestine migration Harraga, and together with critiquing patriarchy, radical Islam, and other issues such as censorship and misogyny. So let me introduce you the characters of the film. So we have one main character named Hassan. Hassan is the smuggler. He organized the whole trip from beginning to end. He urges somebody to repair a boat for this Harraga to cross the Mediterranean. This is Nasser and the Harragas from different places of the Sub-Sahara. This is Iman, the only woman who immigrated or illegally immigrated in the boat with Nasser. And this is Mustafa. He was a policeman. It's not clear what he did actually, but he he traveled with all of these Harragas without paying the smuggler and by using force. Okay, so how the film, this is a research question, how the film demonstrates epistemic violence or forms of epistemic violence that affect the lives of characters in their subaltern status. So my a point of start is Gayatri Spivak's definition of epistemic violence, which is the remotely orchestrated, far-flung, and heterogeneous project to constitute the colonial subjects as other. However, my interest of epistemic violence or focus, it's at the intersection of gender, post-colonial studies, environmental and international relations. So the film imparts several forms of violence, which I summarize in the following. So the othering discourse, and I will provide examples of that, feminist post-colonial perspective in the film, and the practice of domination and materialistic grounding. So I will start with examples under the category of domination and materialistic grounding. So the film opens with showing where these characters live. They live in a place, very dense, poor neighborhood called La Cité. La Cité is very dense, as I said, characterized by poverty, unemployment. Characters in the movie express their anger and how they feel in this neighborhood, how they feel about their life. They feel imprisoned. Iman talks, for example, about how suffocating life at La Cité. Neighborhood characterized by fixation. It's a fixed space. Women are, some of them express that they are obliged to wear a veil. And remember, this is post civil war in Algeria. So just to put it in the word of Michel Foucault, he explains the urban subproletaria space, which is a kind of slow violence that is imposed on the characters in the film. So it is a violence by design. So another point in the movie is a feminist post-colonial approach, which is personified in the film through the character Iman. So as I said earlier, that Iman was the only woman who immigrated in a small boat with all men. So Iman decided to immigrate illegally and flee the country. Let's say rejecting victimhood, rejecting the idea of the failed nation. She was seeking economic equality. So those are themes retrieved from the movie. Iman was trying to break free from gender traditionalism. So, and in the movie, Marzaq Alwa showed her making a dish that is usually made in celebrations, big celebrations. So the movie shows that dish and how Iman is making it. And when her mom comes to the kitchen and asking her why you are making this dish, she said, I can't get it anymore. So she wanted to break free from, I mean, those are the symbolism from the suffocating feelings that she had in relation to her space. So although based on deterritorialization, which is a notion discussed in details by Arjun Appadurai in his book, Location of Culture, illegal immigration, all this process Nasser and Iman and other immigrants engage in, it doesn't grant this freedom that they are looking for. So there are no positive outcomes from this journey, and the film actually demonstrates how both men and women they suffer from the same problem, because at the end the journey wasn't successful, and they were all deported at the end. So so this is a picture of Iman and Nasser getting ready for the trip, and so the smuggler Hassan, so every day comes with a new plan, and one day they are waiting on the sea to be calm so that they can take the journey, and one day the boat is not working. So this is a screenshot from the situation from within. The other end. So this is another form of violence, and that the film talks in detail about it. And so most of the film shooting, it was on the water. So the shooting remains for so long, or most of the movie, like 80% of the time. And the boat, this is the small boat where all the Harragas engage in, or they traveled in. So the boat is reflects a microcosm of the reality of Algeria. It reflects the other is represented as marginalized, placed or situated in a geographic or a political situation, which is the place between Mustaghanem, or the geography or the context between the city of Mustaghanem and Spain, which illustrates the problem, actually, the unsolved problem between individuals, Algerians and other Harragas, and their nation. So also the othering in this film remind us to explore epistemic violence in the sphere of relationship between countries, meaning Europe and North Africa, or let's say more specifically Algeria and Spain, in terms of policies related to immigration and enforcing those policies. Also, inside the book, there were a lot of conversation between characters. There were fights that explicitly and implicitly link epistemic violence to political territories and racialized bodies. And I will talk more about race and racism within the boat in the upcoming slides. There are other epistemic practices imparted by the movie. So, for example, Hassan the smuggler. So Hassan, I believe, was the spokesman of the film director because he did all the forms, he practiced all the forms. He's an agent of violence par excellence, verbal violence, race. He was trying to play or to fool the group of immigrants by, for example, eliminating knowledge about the trip, eliminating knowledge about the logistic of the trip, silencing the group or silencing some people by not hearing them, and listen to others. So inclusion and exclusion. So there was an unequal distribution of voices. So they are all actually trying to express, looking for ways to express their voices, but they were not allowed to through this character Hassan. And he did it in many ways, through like using Algerian dialects, conversation about race, and insults that are really derogatory and reference to devaluing people. Mustafa was the violent ex-policeman who actually joined the boat by force. He didn't pay the smuggler. He knew about the trip just by coincidence. Towards the last 30% of the film, he was the only one who has a gun, and he enforced the law within the boat. He's very representative of lack of dialogue between Algeria and its I mean the system in Algeria and the citizens, Algerian citizens. He also reflects the main thematic of failed projects of nationalism in Algeria in the aftermath of civil war in the 90s, and also what remains from post the time or the era of post-colonialism. Okay, so also I find it very interesting in the movie to account or talk about those who speak Arabic and those who do not speak Arabic in the film. So which is characterized by epistemicide, according to the literature. So I will try to talk a little bit about linguistic ability. So in the film Harraga, without the linguistic ability to communicate with the smuggler or fellow travelers or the Harraga people, characters will be lost. So the lack of linguistic affiliation with others made, for example, the two sub-Saharians look like outcasts. Why? Because their journey was doomed to failure. They could not get enough knowledge about the logistic, about the situation, about the food, about all aspects of the journey. So the last time we saw in the film, we saw sub-Saharan Harragas was they were left in the middle of the Mediterranean, and we don't know their fate. And Marzaq Alwesh, I believe he wanted to show this episode to impart the idea that it doesn't do them anything good. They didn't achieve the final plan, or they didn't achieve the goal from the trip. The travelers are divided into groups. They are either victors or victims based on their linguistic ability. For example, Iman, Rashid, Nasser, they could easily switch from Arabic to French. They come from La Cité. They have the same problems. They are driven by the same motives to travel or to immigrate. They have common grounds and same linguistic competency. As the two sub-Saharan, they can talk together, but they could not understand the policeman. They could not understand the smuggler. They could not function in the boat or in the whole trip. So as a result of this epistemicide, certain bodies are listened to because of their languages, where the languages are considered understandable, reasonable, while others are turned into outcasts. Okay, so this is the last time we have seen Iman and Nasser, the couple, when they reach the shore. So the film goes like this. They ran out. They were in almost like close to the shore. but little farther. I don't remember the distance exactly, but they ran out of gas in the boat. So the sub-Saharan Harragas, they stayed in the boats, and we never learned anything about them as an audience. So those who can swim, they could reach the shore, and those who could not, they stayed there. This is the last scene of the two characters. They reached the shore, and it was, they feel like they achieve something, I mean, by reaching the shore, even though at the end they were deported. Everybody was deported.
So Asma, you have 3 minutes. Good.
Okay, so we reached the end, and I am open to questions whenever you decide about that.
Yeah. I think,
Shukran. Thank
we'll
you.
probably get to listen to the other speaker, and then we will take questions, and probably you'll be able to respond at the end.
Okay, yes, thank you.
Sounds good?
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Great. Do we invite the next speaker?
Yeah, you can just, yeah.
Um, our next speaker is Marwa Ghazali from the University of Houston. Are you here already? Oh, okay. Do I need to click on the screen?
Hi there, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. And Marwa Ghazali is going to be presenting on exploring online social support in reproductive health. And she'll be presenting a case study of Algerian women's Cleopatra, White Nefertiti, reflect.
Actually, yeah, I'm doing Black Cleopatra, White Nefertiti. I'm not doing the paper on reproduction.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
I think that was a different speaker.
Yeah, we've got it. It was yes, we can go ahead. You can proceed.
Proceed to present.
Okay, excellent. Can you all see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, just let me set up my timer to make sure that I don't go over. We have 15 minutes, is that correct? Okay. So the title of my paper is Black Cleopatra, White Nefertiti, Reflections on Anthropology, Racecraft, and Epistemic Violence in the Nile Valley. So in 2023, Netflix released Queen Cleopatra, the second part of a docudrama series called African Queens, produced and narrated by Jada Pinkett Smith. According to Smith, the series aims to, quote, highlight the lost stories of African female warriors and rulers, end quote. The first part of the series told the story of a 17th century Angolan queen named Nzinga and was generally well received. However, the decision to cast Adele James, a biracial British actress, in the leading role of Cleopatra sparked anti-Black discourse and ignited heated debates about race and the portrayal of ancient and contemporary Northeast Africans. Egyptologists, antiquities scholars, anti-Afrocentrists, news networks, social media outlets, and people all over the world raised questions about cultural appropriation, racial representation, historical accuracy, revisionism, racism, colorism, and Islamophobia. The controversy made the New York Times and was featured on popular outlets like The Daily Show and Piers Morgan's Talk TV. Egyptian comedian Bassem Youssef accused Netflix of, quote, stealing his culture. When an Egyptian lawyer petitioned authorities to censure Netflix for misrepresenting Egyptian identity, the Egyptian government responded by accusing Netflix of falsifying Egyptian history. In April 2023, the Egyptian Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities tweeted, quote, "Statues of Queen Cleopatra confirm that she had Hellenistic, in parentheses Greek, features, distinguished by light skin, a drawn-out nose, and thin lips," end quote. These sentiments were echoed by the famous Egyptologist and former Egyptian Minister of Antiquities, Zahi Hawass, who accused the series and its creators of promoting falsehood and insisted that Cleopatra was commonly depicted as white in ancient and contemporary representations. This strong reaction was notably absent from discussions about the casting of Elizabeth Taylor, a white American woman, as Cleopatra in the 1963 rendition. Netflix responded to the backlash by disabling the comments feature because it was toxic and released the following statement, quote, "Ethnicity is not the focus of Queen Cleopatra, but we did intentionally decide to depict her of mixed ethnicity to reflect theories about Cleopatra's possible Egyptian ancestry and the multicultural nature of ancient Egypt," end quote. Pointing out that actresses such as Angelina Jolie, Gal Gadot, and Monica Bellucci had all been considered for the role, executive producer Jane Root asked, why shouldn't Cleopatra be a melanated sister? Why do some people need Cleopatra to be white? However, the narrative of a non-African, non-Black, Arab Egypt has become so deeply entrenched in scholarly, political, and popular circles that even the suggestion of an African or Black Cleopatra, or African and Black Egyptians more broadly, is met with harsh responses from scientists, Egyptologists, politicians, lawyers, and some members of the Egyptian public. Although anthropologists and interdisciplinary scholars have long dispelled the belief in race as a biological reality, while recognizing that it has very real and devastating social, political, economic, and other implications, the Cleopatra controversy shines light on the enduring influence of colonial and imperial racial perceptions on popular and scholarly representations of Africa and Africans. What sense, if any, can we make of these ongoing contestations over race? My goal here is not to reinscribe race or to argue that Egyptians are either Black or white. Rather, I seek to demonstrate that legacies of colonial, anthropology, Egyptology, and racial pseudoscience continue to shape disinformation, miseducation, and epistemic violence in the Nile Valley today. By asking, who are the Egyptians, which is what I hear everywhere I go, we've already accepted an underlying premise that Egypt is exceptional, different, other than what we call and what we mean when we say Africa. As scholars of African studies, it's time to decolonize the racial geographies that we inherited from our former colonial and imperial powers. What if instead of seeking definitive answers about the true race of Egyptians, we ask about forms of power and erasure that enable Africans to embrace and reproduce rather than reject and extinguish the racial systems and epistemologies they inherited? Understanding the stakes in these debates is crucial for decolonizing African geographies and the racialized borderlands that form the North Sub-Saharan divide. I argue that by writing Egypt out of Africa as white or Arab, we fail to conceptualize and grapple with the nuanced ways colonial racecraft operated in different parts of the continent and at different historical moments. In what follows, I draw on archival and historiographical research to place race debates within the broader 19th and 20th century contexts of colonization and the rise of what I call racial necro-capitalism in the Nile Valley. Additionally, I employ autoethnography as a Nubian-descended Egyptian, discourse analysis, and insights from African and Black feminist studies to examine how tensions over the racial classification of Northeastern Africans continue to play out in everyday life. This approach captures the innovative ways people contest colonial epistemologies and assert counter-narratives of history, belonging, and subjectivity on the continent and in the US. The debate over Cleopatra isn't new. Similar controversies arose in 2018 when a team of scientists from the University of Bristol revealed a white-complected bust of Queen Nefertiti based on 3D imaging of her mummified remains. When I left Kansas City for a position at a university in a small town in Washington state, I was surprised to find graffiti paintings of Queen Nefertiti plastered all over the city. I wondered how these images of a Nubian Egyptian queen, my favorite ancestor, ended up in such a small, predominantly white farming town with very little diversity. One evening, I had the unfortunate opportunity to meet the artist. When I asked him about the inspiration and motivation behind his work, a heated debate over the racial origins of ancient and contemporary Egyptians followed. The artist explained to me that as a modern Egyptian, I was not descended from the ancient Egyptians. Rather, I was descended from Arab and Turkish ancestry. According to this white male artist, the ancient Egyptians were his ancestors. They were, quote, genetically non-Black, non-African white people, end quote, from the Mediterranean and Southern Europe, who moved south into the Nile Valley, establishing the world's earliest civilization on the continent and bringing civility to an otherwise barren and backwards Africa. This problematic perspective is not unfamiliar to me. Growing up in the United States, I was frequently exposed to ideas about DNA and genetics and ancestry as an Egyptian. There were always distinctions being made between the ancients and the contemporary communities that we refer to today as Egyptian. Using DNA to identify race is a controversial practice, but it's become common in the study of Egypt and discourses about Egyptian identity. For example, in 2017, Johann Kraus and his team at the Max Planck Institute for the Science of Human History examined mummy heads from an ancient settlement in Cairo, or close to Cairo. Based on their analysis, the team concluded that ancient Egyptians more closely resembled ancient and modern Near Eastern populations in the Levant than they did modern Egyptians and other Africans. Although factors such as heat, high humidity in tombs, and some of the chemicals involved in mummification contribute to DNA degradation, Kraus described the findings as, quote, the first reliable data set obtained from ancient Egyptians. Based on the results, the team concluded that the ancient remains contain almost no DNA from sub-Saharan Africa. The results of the study seem to echo previous work on ancient Egyptian origins produced by 19th and 20th century Egyptologists, eugenicists, and racial pseudoscientists who claimed that ancient Egyptians were not African, but rather were white Hamites who brought civilization to Black Africa. A different study by National Geographic's Genographic Project analyzed the DNA of contemporary modern Egyptians and found that the majority of Egyptian DNA, about 68%, is comprised of North African genes. 3% originate from East Africa, 3% from Southern Europe, 3% from Asia Minor, and 4% from the Jewish diaspora. How can we make sense of all of these numbers and DNA and statistics? For me, I go back to the period of Napoleon's brief invasion of Egypt at the end of the 18th century, which I argue shaped the beginnings of racial necro-capitalism in the Nile Valley. European colonization of Egypt brought many things, including anthropologists, racial pseudoscientists, eugenicists, and others to the region during the 19th century. In a paternalistic and self-fulfilling prophetic way, many early anthropologists believed they were preserving the past through their work, as Egypt was undergoing massive and unstable development in agricultural, infrastructural, and urban sectors. This is known as the modernization of Egypt and is credited to someone they call the Egyptian ruler Muhammad Ali. Although Muhammad Ali was not Egyptian, he was descended from Ottoman and Albanians, and he was born in Greece. Some of the first people on scene at development sites were archaeologists and Egyptologists who were responsible for surveying the land with the goal of extracting any and all artifacts. Ancient Egyptian ancestral human remains featured centrally in eugenics, in racial pseudoscience projects, and in the museum industrial complex, which I showed you on the previous slide. Anthropologists, archaeologists, and Egyptologists were not only non-Egyptians, as Egyptians were banned from studying Egyptology, some were also Nazi and other forms of white supremacists who were invested financially, professionally, and politically in claiming one of the world's earliest and most advanced civilizations as part of the, quote, great white race. They sought to justify slavery and racial hierarchies by showing that ancient Egypt offered an ancient precedent for slavery. Let me just move forward. These scholarly debates about the racial origins of Egyptians have remained a centerpiece of European and American research. Prominent anthropologists and others, such as Flinders Petrie, Francis Galton, Charles Sliggs Seligman, James Henry Breasted, George Reisner, George Glidden, Samuel George Morton, collaborated to prove that ancient Egyptians were white. They constructed racial typologies that cast ancient Egyptians as non-African, non-Black, non-Arabs who migrated to Egypt from the north. And then they classified modern inhabitants of Northern Africa as Arab and therefore different from their ancient ancestors. By the way, Flinders Petrie was working with Francis Galton and was sending thousands of ancient Egyptian human remains to Galton's lab for measurement and for analysis. But not everyone agreed with this whitewashing of Africa and African history. W.E.B. Du Bois is not usually recognized within Egyptological circles as having contributed to the discipline, but he repeatedly wrote on ancient Nile Valley cultures, and he was a contemporary of some of these figures. He insisted on the African and Black identity of Egypt. For Du Bois, mixed or mulattoes were Black. And in 1915, he rejected the argument that Egyptians were white. He classified them instead as a light mulatto stock of octoroons and quadroons. And in 1948, he wrote, quote, "One must remember that Egyptology started in 1821, grew up during the African slave trade, the Sugar Empire, and the Cotton Kingdom. As abolition movements gained momentum, anthropologists, archaeologists, and Egyptologists found new sources of free labor and streams of revenue in the ancient bed." Let me just move forward. We can find examples in the scholarship where people are starting to address the afterlife of slavery and colonialism in Egypt, where they're beginning to talk about the ethno-linguistic and racialized distinctions that continue to shape this North and Sub-Saharan divide. During the 1960s and into the 80s, African scholars, including Sheikh Anta Diop, Teofilo Benga, and others were involved in rewriting the history of Africa from African perspectives. And this was part of the UNESCO General History of Africa project. But a lot of controversy erupted over the chapter on Egypt that Diop had produced, because his argument was that the ancient Egyptians were in fact Black African. And he used the methods and theories of physical anthropology against the discipline. They also presented at the Cairo conference in 1964, and everyone thought that the issue of Egypt and its origins had been settled. By the 1960s, Egypt had emerged as a spot for Pan-Africanism, and it was pretty poppin'. People, very famous names from across the African diaspora, were going to Egypt, staying in Egypt, working together, establishing organizations, and seeking safety there. But at the same time, this was a period of increasing conflict in the region that was known as the Middle East. And Egypt was getting further and further pulled into the Arab-Israeli wars, especially in 1967 and 1973. And this shaped a consciousness that aligned with Pan-Arabism. And there's a lot of geopolitics involved, but I don't have any more time, so I'm just going to speed through. During the 1970s through now, Afrocentrism emerged as a major contender with this, whitewashing of history. But instead, we find theories about the Black origins of Egypt and how contemporary Egyptian populations are neither African nor Black and are, invaders from outside. These ideas were challenged in Mary Lefkowitz's work, Not Out of Africa. And in Egypt, the idea that Egyptians are not from Egypt and that they came from other places at some point in more recent history, like with the Arab invasions of the 7th century, this has created an anti-Afrocentric movement and really pushed anti-Black racism to the forefront of Egyptian society. Egypt is not a place where race is something that is identifiable or openly discussed. That is, there is no census that accounts for race. Instead, these distinctions in Egypt are based on religious affiliation. On your national ID card, you have to identify as Muslim or Coptic Christian. So a lot of Egyptians will tell you that there is no race in Egypt. There is no racism in Egypt. And they'll argue that Afrocentrists are dividing Egypt into Black and white, the binary that has troubled the United States, Europe, and other parts of the world. Zahi Hawass, the famous Egyptologist that I had started with, has been a vehement opposer to the idea that Egypt was ever African or Black. And the government of Egypt has drawn on the colonial antecedents of making money off of the dead and really marketing this to non-Egyptian, non-African populations. A few years ago, they relocated a bunch of mummies to a new museum that was worth millions and millions of dollars, and not a single Black African Egyptian was present. And in fact, they banned local Egyptians from participating in the parade. Currently, they are destroying medieval cemeteries where I do research and field work called the City of the Dead. They are bulldozing and making space for more development projects that will encourage necrotourism. Now, how does this work when we get to the United States? What do Egyptians do when they get here? Well, the United States has classified Egyptians according to these old Egyptological ideas about race. So Egyptians are segregated on the US Census and made different, other than Africans across the continent. This was very confusing for me growing up, especially because my father is a Black Nubian Egyptian. In my research, I've started to identify other Nubian Egyptians or Black Egyptians who in the United States have really pushed hard to move Egypt and Egyptians out of the white category and into either its own separate category with Middle East or Southwest Asia, and more recently into the Black and African category. Mustafa Hifni sued the US government and he wrote this book called I Am Not a White Man, but the US government is forcing me to be one. The other person that you see here is Dus Muhammad Ali. He was a Sudanese Egyptian who escaped Egypt during the early 20th century uprisings. He ended up in the UK and he was trying to migrate to the United States or Ghana, but they couldn't figure out and identify his race on his official paperwork. They said, you don't look like you're an Oriental, an Arab, but you're speaking Arabic and you come from Egypt. So these two figures that I have on the screen really disrupt and poke holes in these racial ideologies and in this borderland that we continue to resuscitate in African studies and even in anthropology, Africanist anthropology today. So I think I'll stop here because I went over my time. So I'll be happy to talk about any questions that you have at the end.
There is a microphone here, but
Questions for Asman and Marwa? Anyone?
I really enjoyed both presentations. Thank you very much. I was wondering, is there a movement to resist the destruction of those sites that you spoke about in your field work?
And for Asma, could you speak more to your gender description, not just for, I guess I understood her role, the role of the character, but for people that were sub-Saharan that cross over in that same space, was there a gender divide there that you saw or that you found in your research when you were looking at the film?
Thank you. So any other questions? That they can answer them all at once?
To Asma, I have a question. When the Haragas moved from Algeria to abroad, Spain, when they went there, I want you to elaborate how the journey demonstrates or shows or gives us a clue of what we can do to prevent those kind of illegal immigrations. Because as we know now, they are the major causes of deaths in the Mediterranean Sea, and projects, people are spending money to save them. So what do we do? Do we go save them from those thinking inflatable boats, or we just implement projects at home? And if that's true, then how can we do it? Do we just do it in Algeria, or we just go to other sub-Saharan Africans? So if this was already realized, then why did it not be done? And what can we do to get it done? That's for Asma. And for Marwa, I have a question which it's like a compliment and a question in itself. You will find it, interpret it the way you want. So I can compliment on the Egyptian when people say that there was a point that you mentioned that people say that Egypt is exception from what we call Africa. I disapprove that because the waves of poverty that hits sub-Saharan countries like Congo, they end up reflecting in those countries like Algeria, because they end up with us having minerals, and the minerals that should be going to develop those countries like Algeria are being planted by the West from the countries like Congo, and Algeria cannot compete with the West to get those minerals. So that shows you that no matter what race you are, as long as you're in that region, you're going to experience the same danger that the sub-Saharans are experiencing. The other thing is that it does not matter who you are or where you are, as long as you just can relate yourself on where you are, on where Africa is now, as long as the pride of Africa is the pride of you. This reminds me the words of the great Black American Malcolm X when he said that when Africa realizes its dream, or when Africa uplifts its population from the line of poverty, it will be the joy to not only the current Africans, but also the descendants of Africa. So what I need is like, how can we get Africa to uplift its people from that kind of poverty so that the West shall respect it and stop giving it its culture and stealing its culture? Yeah, thank you so much.
Maybe we'll allow Asman and
Okay, I can. Would you like me to start?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so I will start with the question, what can we do to prevent these drifts or these illegal journeys crossing the Mediterranean? So I think we should so countries. So first, let's try to understand the geography of North African countries. Both Algeria and Morocco serve like geographically they are at the tip of Africa, so they serve as a bridge that connects two continents, so European continent and African continents. So how it works, a lot of desperate people, young people mainly, they start the trip long time ago. I mean, early. I will describe the early trips, which is they move step by step through Africa until they reach Senegal, which is the south of like towards south of Morocco, and then they reach Algeria or they reach Morocco and then prepare for a trip to Spain. So what I believe should happen to avoid this is restructure of policies, both within African countries, which means here relationship between countries. So that's why I mentioned from the very beginning that the epistemic violence at the level of environments, it's very important here to consider borders, the idea of borderscape, international relationship between countries, meaning working together. Countries should work together into creating programs for young people, fostering hope, educating about the danger of this trip. So education is very important, educating about this, and creating scenarios. I mean, African countries have to create scenarios and show that this trip doesn't grant freedom. It doesn't grant freedom at all. So projects, that's when it comes to politics and economy. At the social level, part of also the political level is creating, improving the idea of the nation within Algeria, in Morocco, in Tunisia. So young people, we have to design the idea of the nation and belonging. So this, I think, have answered the second question. First question is about gender divide. So if I understand you good, do you mean the gender divide within that trip inside the boat?
No, just in general in your research, because for instance, I know there's a lot of human trafficking that is targeting sub-Saharan Africa across that field, across the Mediterranean, to like Italy.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
That's true, and it's dangerous, it's scary. Informally, I heard a lot of local news, and I read a lot of local news that talks about the haphazardous condition of women who live in, I mean, coming from African countries, having to stay in Morocco, for example, for a short time until they pay a smuggler and leave. This is very dangerous, and sometimes they are with their kids, and it has its toll on women and men alike. So as I said earlier, this trip doesn't grant freedom, political freedom, social freedom at all. Also, one aspect of gender divide that the film talk about was personified in the character of Iman. Iman is a young woman. She's unmarried, but she was looking for freedom from, in the case of Iman, it's from freeing herself from traditionalism. According to Algeria, it's mostly has to do with traditional ideas that imprison women in North Africa in general, which is patriarchy, the will. She want to have like kind of like the will to choose, the will to do a job they like, all sorts of things that has to do with women agency. And this is another project that North African countries they are working on, because now from the time of the movie to 2024 there is a lot that has been implemented.
Should I go ahead? Okay, thank you for those excellent questions. The first question, are there any efforts to stop the destruction that I'm witnessing in the City of the Dead? Yeah, absolutely there are. Now the question is, does that resistance actually hold any weight? Are these people able to actually achieve their goals? The answer is no. There is a group called the Safeguard of the City of the Dead. It's a Facebook group that is going around and documenting the demolition of the tombs. Now, the cemetery where I do my research is actually not an ancient cemetery. It's a medieval cemetery. And the people that are buried in that cemetery are from the Middle Ages to the late modern period, even to contemporary times. They are local Egyptians who for generations have been buried there. And then there are the tombs and mausoleums of elite colonial families, rulers, scholars, and important figures. So what's happening right now is the Egyptian state is evaluating which of these remains are important and part of a new national narrative about heritage and identity, and which of these remains are irrelevant to the story of Egypt that the state is trying to tell. And so what they're doing is they've actually removed, they've unearthed, excavated, dug up the dead, and they have forced them into cemeteries in like the desert between Cairo and Suez. And the people that I work with in the cemetery are actually informal tomb residents. For generations, their families have lived with the dead in the tombs in Cairo because they cannot afford to live anywhere else. And those people primarily and predominantly come from Upper Egypt, where we know that thousands of Nubians had been flooded out of their villages, where Egyptians had been displaced from their farming lands by all sorts of modernization and development projects. And so they were turning the cemetery into a city, not just for the dead, but for the living dead, which is what they call themselves, people who have become forgotten in the history and story of Egypt. And they invested so much time, money, energy, resources into building the City of the Dead into a place where they can build life. And I think that's something that really resonates with Africans across the continent. Even when we're pushed to the very edge of life, we are innovative and find ways to deal with, to overcome the challenges that we confront. Those people in the cemeteries have been at the forefront of protecting the bodies of the dead in the City of the Dead. And it's not just now when the government is bulldozing the tombs, but they've been doing this for years. During the Egyptian uprisings in 2011 and 2013, they were secretly taking Egyptians who were killed in the uprisings and burying them at night in unmarked tombs that were not their family tombs, that were either abandoned or relatives weren't coming to visit the tombs very frequently, so they could get away with actually undertaking the rites of the dead, even at risk to themselves. But today, many of those communities are being displaced along with the dead. And one thing that the people in the cemetery have taught me is when you don't value the dead, when they don't matter to the living, then nobody is going to be safe. Then there is no more red line. It's already been crossed. And in Egypt, that line has been crossed for hundreds of years, and it has become systematized. It's become a part of the economy. It's become a backdrop against which Egyptians have to live, the unearthing of the dead. And that takes me to another question about Egyptian exceptionalism. The idea that Egypt was special came from Europeans and later Americans who saw the advances of the civilization and wanted to figure out how to deal with the conundrum they faced, right? Coming to Africa to civilize people and finding civilizations older than those that were in Europe. So with Egyptian exceptionalism, one of the ways that Europeans were able to unearth the ancients and commodify the dead and ship them out in a form of colonial extractivism to other parts of the world was by saying that contemporary Egyptians are not related to the ancients. That is, the ancients are no one's ancestors. Right? They're no Africans' ancestors. The ancient Egyptians are supposed to be the ancestors of people from outside the continent, white people predominantly. And that is absolutely not the case. But what that's done is a lot of Egyptians feel ambivalent about the ancients. There are stories in the Quran and the Bible about Pharaoh being evil. And it's something I encounter when I'm talking to fellow Africans all over the place. You know, oh, how do you feel about Pharaoh? And I'm like, who taught you to hate yourself? You know what I'm saying? In the words of Brother Malcolm X, why is it that we hate Pharaoh and we don't ask more critical questions about who taught us that kind of hate? So I do think that Egypt is very much connected to what's happening on the rest of the continent. You can look at the water politics going on right now, and that's not new. That's something that goes on that affects the lives of millions of people in the Nile Valley. Why is it that we stop thinking about the Nile Valley or about northeastern Africa as a cultural region with a very long history? I argue it's because Egyptologists have taught us to think that Egypt and Nubia are mutually exclusive enemy civilizations. And that is not the case. And today, those same anthropologists and archaeologists and Egyptologists are building a new part of their career by now focusing on Nubia and digging up the Nubian dead. So, yeah. And then I wanted to say, there's a quote, you reminded me of a quote by, of course, Kwame Nkrumah. I'm not African because I was born in Africa. I'm African because Africa was born in me. And I think living in the diaspora and being exposed to the white-black binary in the United States and having access to the kind of literature that we read here has also helped me to balance my Egyptian identity or understand it in a different way. And I think there's a lot to learn about Egypt. For as much as we've dug up the dead and as much as has been written about Egypt, we really don't know who they are. We really don't. Egyptians themselves, they don't call themselves Arabs. They don't call themselves Africans. They call themselves Egyptian, as if it's something absolutely unrelated to the geopolitics and histories and cultures of the rest of the continent. And that's something that I'm really trying to address. I'm doing practical work in Muslim communities, in North African communities especially. I'm trying to recover that history of cultural affiliation, cultural borrowing, of shared legacies, rather than focusing so much on the Mediterranean and the Middle East.
Thank you so much for your responses. Maybe we'll just take any other questions if we have them. You have another one?
I have no. Can you hear me? I have a follow-up question there. So you talked about the way that they were digging stuff. So do you know of the Agenda 2063, the African Agenda 2063? There is a period where they want to get a great African museum. So are we pressing all the stuff that we are digging down in the project that they can be put in that museum, or it's just a dream that is not going to be achieved? And what do you see that Africa can put its culture? I mean, it's all tourism attracting stuff in one museum so that it's attracting people, and it's not going to attract people to go away, but to come to the Africa that we're talking about. So yeah, the question is, are we finding a way to put them in a museum, Africa museum, as the Agenda 2063 says, or we don't know where it's going? The same as minerals from Congo. Thank you.
That's a great question. And I have an unpopular answer. You know, one of the things that I've really realized is that I don't find justification for unearthing the ancestors, for exploiting them, for forcing them to continue to work for colonial states and post-colonial states. You know, I talk to my students all the time and I say, for all that we've learned from scientific experimentation, unwrapping of what they call mummies, mummy parties, for all of the billions of dollars that have gone into the museum industrial complex and all of the labor that Africans and others have put into it, what have we really learned that has helped us to make Africa better, or that has helped us to improve our socioeconomic conditions? The Egyptian state is a master at exploiting the Egyptian dead, right? It has borrowed a page from that colonial history, and all the time, every moment, every penny in Egypt is being put into building grand museums. Most recently, a billions of dollar project for the Grand Egyptian Museum, the GEM. Most Egyptians don't visit these spaces. My family in Egypt has never gone to the museums. They didn't go to the pyramids until I came to visit. They just don't spend their money on transportation to go to these cultural places, and the state doesn't really care if they make it there or not, because most of the money is not coming from locals. Most of the information is being sent outward, or people from outside are coming to consume our culture. And in that sense, I say, what's different between now and the past? This is the afterlife of colonialism. Nowhere else do we find such an exploitation and disrespect of the dead. What I personally would love to see is a respectful reburial of our ancestors. We have digital archives. We have digital exhibitions. There are ways to still learn about the ancients without continuously exploiting them. Let me tell you this. You know Neiman Marcus? Neiman Marcus, it's the department store, the big, huge department store that it caters to high-end people, like high-end customers. They actually, in 1971, they had a special Christmas catalog, and they were selling something really special called matching mummy coffins that they had just randomly found and bought off of the street in London. And inside of that was one of our ancestors. That is now in California at something called the Rosicrucian Museum. Our ancestors are all over the world. Their bodies are the site for scientific experimentation, okay, under the guise of educating the public. And I ask, what has that education done to humanize Africans, to build bridges that are productive and fair and equal and collaborative? What I see more and more is whitewashing, exploitation, and commodification. And by the way, the price of these museums is paid by Africans. The price. Their homes are bulldozed. Their burial grounds are desecrated. Okay, their areas that they live in, their neighborhoods, are transformed into gated communities. Egypt is largely not owned by Egyptians anymore. Right now, Egypt is owned primarily by the UAE and other Arab countries that continue to purchase large plots of land. And even right now, the Egyptian government is offering Egyptian citizenship to anyone in the world who buys a certain dollar amount of real estate in Egypt. So we can think about how and if we want to continue with the museum industrial complex and what that really does for us as Africans.
Thank you so much. I think on that note, we'll wrap up the session. Thank you for engaging, and I will pass it over to Glenn.
So okay, we are ready for our last session of the day, our second keynote speaker of the conference, and I'm going to call on Professor Sean Alexander from the KU Department of African and African American Studies to introduce our keynote speaker.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for everyone who has turned out today for the MAAAS conference. I always say that the MAAAS organization has a near and dear connection to my heart, mainly because long before I came to the University of Kansas, I knew of MAAAS because my original mentor in African history was the founding secretary of MAAAS. So I knew about MAAAS about a decade and a half before I moved to Kansas. So, so welcome.
I'm glad that it's happening, continuing to happen, and I look forward to the conversation over the next day and a half. So I get the great pleasure to introduce a colleague of ours here at the university's medical center, Dr. Jason Glenn, who is a scholar of history and in the history and philosophy department here at the university, writes on the use of medicine, the transfer, the relationship between biomedical understanding and the world, health inequities. He has a degree in African American Studies from Stanford University as a BA, where he worked with none other than the great Sylvia Wynter. As I always try to remind my colleagues in our department that we have a person who studied under Wynter. He has a MA and a PhD from Harvard University, and he is also a affiliate with our department. So as the university is now trying to claim that we're one university, we've been a one university in our minds for a while with Dr. Glenn as one of our colleagues. And in many ways, I think probably over the last, we met probably about 5 years ago. Right? The first time we met was when we brought Walter Mosley, right? So we had dinner, who I ran into, by the way, in Oregon of all places one day, so which was fantastic. But ever since that, I think we've been kind of co-conspirators of trying to talk about race, talk about inequities in the region between these two campuses, trying to get the groups to talk more. I always joke with Jason and other people that I complain a lot, I attack a lot when people make mistakes, and the one thing that I always love here at the medical school is I went after them once for a social media post, and my understanding is the vice chancellor wrote to Jason and said, "Who is this guy?" And he's like, "Oh, we should talk to him," right? And we've been doing that ever since, running a 6-part series talking about inequities in the region, and doing DEI work even when it's being under attack here in the area. So today we have him giving the keynote lecture called "Facing That Which Cannot Be Named, the Current Status of Our Ambiguous Adventure." And I will leave it up to Jason because you're going to be entertained and enjoy. So.
Thank you so much, Sean, for that. And thank you all for having me. This is truly an honor to be here with you all this afternoon and to share a discussion with you all this afternoon about something that really is my passion. I wear many hats. I am executive director of the Repair Project here at the University of Kansas Medical Center. It's actually open if you pull hard enough. I didn't realize that. I was too bashful to pull it hard enough. But yeah, I am the executive director of the Repair Project here at the University of Kansas Medical Center. And the Repair Project is really all about how can we as a health system repair some of the past harms that have been perpetrated upon our communities, not only by mistreatment in the clinical setting, but also by the way we've been misrepresented in the curriculum, right? And the harm that those misrepresentations do. And I also do a lot of work related to mass incarceration. I am currently leading an effort, a coalition of scholars who are working on piloting and standardizing a curriculum, an abolition-based curriculum for teaching medical learners how to provide care for persons who are incarcerated that can attend to their unique vulnerabilities, but also teaches them how to be advocates such that they are not just helping make incarceration a kinder, gentler place, but actually working toward the larger project of abolition. But this topic that I'm going to talk to you all about today is really home for me. And it's personal in terms of my own personal journey and struggles, as you will see. And the picture that I start here with, this is a village school under the direction of the French under officer in Senegal, one of many colonial schools that were set up. This was an early representation of one out in the field. As I'm sure many of you recognize from my title, right, that I'm structuring this talk around Cheikh Hamidou Khan's Ambiguous Adventure, which is probably not only one of my favorite novels, but the novel that has been my guiding star throughout my intellectual journey. So I am very happy to be here, and let's get started. So first of all, just a little grounding of what we're going to try to do today. We're going to do a little deconstruction. We're going to do some guerrilla history. We're going to do some literary analysis, and we are also going to be looking at how symbolic thought works, because navigating the ambiguous adventure on which we have all embarked, right, will require skills in all these areas. And you say, well, what is guerrilla history? Guerrilla history is the history of whom Frantz Fanon termed les damnés, the wretched of the earth. And that is my grounding in all things. So I will begin actually with a quote from V.Y. Mudimbe, who I had the pleasure of studying under for a year. And this is from his text, The Idea of Africa, where he wrote and had talked about before this particular quote, just how misrepresentations of Africans in the continent had always been a part of Western thought. So he says, from Herodotus onward, the West's self-representations have always included images of people situated outside of its cultural and imaginary frontiers. The paradox is that if, indeed, these outsiders were understood as localized and far away geographically, they were nonetheless imagined and rejected as the intimate and other side of the European thinking subject. On the analogical model of the tension between the being in itself and the being for itself. In any case, since the 15th century, the idea of Africa has mingled together new scientific and ideological interpretations with the semantic fields of concepts such as primitivism and savagery. The geographic expansion of Europe and its civilization was then a holy saga of mythic proportions. The only problem, and it is a big one, is that as this civilization developed, it submitted the world to its memory. And so what does he mean by that? This is the central tenet of our paradox. As he further explained, the West seemed itself to be sanctioned by and to produce the most unimaginable evils a mad person could have imagined, including three remarkable monstrosities, right? So he's talking about the slave trade, also colonialism and imperialism, and as well as fascism and Nazism, spread throughout these different, from the 15th century all through the 20th century. And this is because, as Mudimbe explained, the West was itself submitted to the same memory to which it submitted the rest of the world, and most totally Africa. However, and here's the crux of the paradox, right? That it was this same memory, he explains, that also led to unimaginable achievements in many fields, thinking about putting a person on the moon, achievements in science, in audio-visual communications, in computer technologies. All of these are all part of this same memory, which he refers. So what is this memory? And here I will be borrowing from my mentor, Sylvia Winter, along the way in this journey. This memory is the memory of man, And here we have man in quotes, because that is of the specific European conception and criterion of what it means to be human, along with, as Foucault points out, right, the new and fundamental arrangements of knowledge, which are instituting of the disciplinary paradigms of the university system and their discursive practices that we all collectively have inherited. Together with, in Mudimbe's terms, the epistemological locus and related conceptual modes of analysis through which, as Western educated scholars, we understand our contemporary reality. How do we deconstruct that? Our challenge. How can we affect our common human emancipation from this memory, i.e. from what Nietzsche termed the prison walls of this world perception, or as Marx phrased, from this ideology, or from the culture-specific order of consciousness of which this memory is a centrally instituting function. How do we do that? That is our challenge. And so I always come back to this novel. And I'm really excited about the opportunity to have a discussion about this novel with you all today. I am no doubt that it's been around for a while, so many of us have read it, but it may be a while since we have picked it up. And its author, Cheikh Hamidou Kane, Senegalese author, who wrote in 1962 this novel that still today, whenever I read its most poignant passages, still devastates me. And it has been my guiding star throughout my intellectual journey. So the setting of the novel takes place in Senegal under French colonial rule, where the French were occupying parts of West Africa and setting up colonial schools as a central part of the colonizing project. And at these schools, the eldest sons of the most educated and ruling families throughout all of the French colonies at the time were taken and trained to become part of the colonial government. The protagonist in the novel is named Samba Diallo, and Samba means one who can perceive the spiritual realms. He is a young boy who is being trained in the traditional way by a spiritual leader, but who is being sent to the new French colonial school. And for reasons we will get into more so in a second. But just briefly, right, Francophone Africa represents France's rebuilt empire, most of it acquired after 1850. And at this point in its history, France acquiring new colonies took on new significance for France, especially after its disastrous losses, not only during the 7 Years' War, but particularly during the Franco-Prussian War, which saw Germany become the leading military and economic power of continental Europe at the time. So for France, rebuilding an empire was seen as the key to restoring French prestige in the world. But back to the novel. One of the central characters is the most royal lady. And she is the spiritual leader of this community and makes the crucial decision to send Samba to the new French school. And as she described her reasoning as thus, she said, 100 years ago, our grandfather, along with all the inhabitants of this countryside, was awakened one morning by an uproar arising from the river. He took his gun and, followed by all the elite of the region, he flung himself upon the newcomers. His heart was intrepid, and to him the value of liberty was greater than the value of life. Our grandfather and the elite of the country with him was defeated. Why? How? Only the newcomers know. We must ask them. We must go to learn from them the art of conquering without being in the right. Furthermore, the conflict has not ceased. The foreign school is the new form of the war which those who have come here are waging, and we must send all our elite there, expecting that all the country will follow them. It is well that once more the elite should lead the way. If there is a risk, they are best prepared to cope successfully with it. because they are the most firmly attached to what they are. If there is good to be drawn from it, they should also be the first to acquire that. And so we see here, right, in this initial reasoning of why she feels that it's an absolute imperative to send Sambo to the school. We can also, right, because of our present disposition, we can make out the possible faults in that logic. When we look at the French colonial schools, it was part of a centralized system of education that was established in all French colonies with the following goals. They had political goals to reestablish French influence and compete with Britain. Also assimilation goals to assimilate Africans into French culture. Also a goal of social solidarity to instill French values and social cohesion. A curriculum, the schools followed a national curriculum and used only, quote, metropolitan educational materials. French was the only language of instruction, and most of the teachers were from France or other European countries and were government certified. And in Senegal, the first French school was established in 1817 to re-establish French influence in the region. And of course, this is all about the recognition that education was not just about knowledge acquisition, it's about citizenship building, and it's about socialization and how to socialize people into accepting their colonized status. The most revered graduates of the French schools were called évolués. An évolué refers to an African who had evolved by becoming Europeanized through education and assimilation and had accepted European values and patterns of behavior. So the term was most commonly used to refer to individuals within the French and Belgian and colonial empires. The évolués, they spoke French, they followed European laws, usually held white-collar jobs, although rarely higher than clerks, and lived primarily in urban areas of the colony. One of the most famous is this guy, Blaise Diagne, who is still revered in Senegal today. But he was a champion of French assimilation and was actually criticized by Du Bois very late in Du Bois's life, saying that he wondered if he actually cared at all about the Wolof people from which he had come from. But he is also recognized as one of the first Africans to serve an official role within the French government, which is how high he rose. So you can see that there are still tensions around this very issue, right? Back to our novel. As the royal lady continued, she said, those who had shown fight and those who had surrendered, those who had come to terms and those who had been obstinate, they all found themselves checked by census, divided up, classified, labeled, conscripted, and administered. And as Khan continues here, he says, for the newcomers did not know only how to fight. They were strange people. If they knew how to kill with effectiveness, they also knew how to cure with the same art. Where they had brought disorder, they established a new order. They destroyed and they conquered. On the Black Continent, it began to be understood that their true power lay not in the cannons of the first morning, but rather in what followed the cannons. And upon that was the school. The new school shares at the same time the characteristics of cannon and magnet. From the cannon, it draws its efficacy as an arm of combat, but better than the cannon, it makes conquest permanent. The cannon compels the body, the school bewitches the soul. Where the cannon has made a pit of ashes and death, in the sticky mold of which men would not have rebounded from the ruins, the new school establishes peace. The morning of rebirth will be a morning of benediction through the appeasing virtue of the new school. From the magnet, the school takes its radiating force. It is bound up with a new order, as a magnetic stone is bound up with a field. The upheaval of the life of man within this new order is similar to the overturn of certain physical laws in a magnetic field. Men are seen to be compromising themselves, conquered, along the lines of invisible and imperious forces. Disorder is organized, rebellion is appeased, the mournings of resentment resound with songs of a universal thanksgiving. This still devastates me when I read it today. And thinking about our role in our own ambiguous adventure as academics. So there was fear and realization going on at the same time here, right? As the most royal lady would later proclaim in the novel, the school in which I would place our children will kill in them that which today we love and rightly conserve with care. Perhaps the very memory of us will die in them. When they return from the school, there may be those who will not recognize us. And this actually played out in my own home. I was first generation college person, and I will never forget the day that I was leaving to go to freshman year. And it was strange because the attitude that my mother had was one of both pride and dread. And I didn't understand the dread. And at some point, during that day, we're packing up the car and about to go, and it's just about to leave, and she gives me a hug, and she lets out a heavy sigh, and she says, "You're probably going to go off and marry a white woman." And for her, right, like the idea going off and marrying a white woman was not just about going off and marrying a white person. It was about adopting a certain stance toward the communities in which we come from, where we learn to look down on where we've come from, right? And it was that like implicit recognition that this is a pattern that always happens, right, to us when we get educated, or that often happens to us when we get educated in Western schools, right? So reading this, right, had that extra resonance, right, of feeling my own family's dread at what could possibly happen to me, as they were also very proud, right, to send me off to do so. Deeper in the novel, there's also a critical discussion, sort of deconstructing science. At a critical juncture in the novel comes during a weighted debate between Samba's father and a teacher at the new school, comparing and assessing the differences in how knowledge is produced in the Western episteme and what counts as truth. So Samba's father says to the gentleman, Paul LaCroix, "You are slowly dying under the weight of evidence, and I wish you that anguish like a resurrection." And LaCroix responds, to what shall we be born? And Samba's father says, to a more profound truth. Evidence is a quality of the surface. Your science is the triumph of evidence, a proliferation of the surface. It makes you the masters of the external, but at the same time, it exiles you there more and more. The external is aggressive. If man does not conquer it, then it destroys man and makes him a victim of tragedy. The West sets up science against the invading chaos, sets it up like a barricade. And this, of course, also reminded me of a key passage from Aimé Césaire, right, in his Poetry and Knowledge, where he talked about poetic knowledge as distinct from scientific knowledge. Right, where he says poetic knowledge is born in the science of scientific knowledge. Science offers us a perspective on the world, but a summary and superficial kind. All in all, scientific knowledge counts, measures, classifies, and kills, but it is not enough to say that scientific knowledge is summary. We must add that it is impoverished and half-starved. To acquire it, man has sacrificed everything: desires, fears, feelings, psychological complexes. To acquire this impersonal knowledge that is scientific knowledge, man has depersonalized himself. has deprived himself of individuality. And impoverished knowledge, I say, because at its origin, whatever may be its riches besides, stands an impoverished man. And with all forgiveness of the gendered language, right? In this day and age, like, you know, it can't read it without thinking about the incompleteness of the gendered language, but nevertheless, the powerfulness of the message, right? So, nevertheless, despite these misgivings, right, and despite the realization of everything that might be lost, the most royal lady felt that she had no choice in her dilemma. She felt that the very survival of the Dialobe was dependent on learning what the new school had to teach, just as much as they were imperiled by it. As Samba's father later remarked to the same teacher at the school, I have sent, that should be my son, to your school, and I have prayed to God to save us all, you and us. Every hour that passes brings a supplement of ignition to the crucible in which the world is being fused. We have not had the same past, you and ourselves, but we shall have strictly the same future. The era of separate destinies has run its course. And this, of course, was a recognition that with contact, there is no going back, that somehow we have to find a way to reckon with each other, the different peoples that had populated the globe and had remained relatively isolated for millennia. And we cannot go back neither to the systems of knowledge that sustain those communities, nor can we just depend on the system of knowledge that is currently leading to the destruction, right, of all those communities. And here I turn to Sylvia Winter, who makes a similar point in her essay After Man, its last word on postmodernism, Le Damné, and the sociogenic principle. She says it was this epoch of man that enabled the fusion of the multiple and different historicities of human groups into the single history that, from the mid-15th century onwards, we have all now come to live, and to confront the threat of a common extinction through the ongoing degradation and pollution of our planetary habitat, which is the major price paid for the forging of this single history. For, therefore, the enactment of the unique mode of being and form of life that alone made this single history possible. And that's a young-ish picture of Sylvia from about 1985. So why, 500 years later, is the continent of Africa and the peoples therein still subject to such misinformation? How are we doing on our ambiguous adventure? Over the course of our ambiguous adventure, over these past 5 centuries, misinformation and miseducation has actually gotten worse and not receded. We are now living in the age of weaponized misinformation. And why? How have we come to be here? And how have we not affected better change as to yet? I thought it was hopeful to put together this graph representing the different eras of capitalist exploitation and where we find ourselves now, right? For millennia, we were living in the era of human labor exploitation. And then in the mid-1700s, with the invention of steam engines first, we began the era of fossil fuel exploitation. And that carries over into the era of computer automation. But now, worryingly, we are in the era of exploitation of data and information and the weaponization of data and information. This is the era of surveillance capitalism. Surveillance capitalism represents a new type of industrial revolution. The convergence of the internet, the ability to store digital data on the cloud, and the rise of ubiquitous computing, including the rapid and widespread take-up of smart and connected devices, has facilitated the collection of massive volumes of digital data. And the application of machine learning algorithms applied to those massive volumes of digital data facilitates not only predictive personalization, but also, most importantly, the direct manipulation and shaping of consciousness and thereby behavior. And it is that realization, not only by corporate actors, but by the state as well, right, that has proved too lucrative to pass up. In her book, The Age of Surveillance Capitalism, Shoshana Zuboff explains that surveillance capitalism is the unilateral claiming of private human experience as free raw material for translation into behavioral data. These data are then computed and packaged as prediction products and sold into behavioral futures markets. Business customers with a commercial interest in knowing what we will do now, soon, and later. It was Google that first learned how to capture surplus behavioral data and used it to compute prediction products that they could sell to their advertisers, all doing this with the model of don't be evil, right? But surveillance capitalism is no more restricted to that initial context than mass production was restricted to the fabrication of Model Ts. We rush to the internet expecting empowerment, the democratization of knowledge, and help with real problems. But surveillance capitalism really was just too lucrative to resist. This economic logic has now spread beyond the tech companies to new surveillance-based ecosystems in virtually every economic sector, from insurance to automobiles to health, education, finance, every product described as smart and every service described as personalized. By now, it's very difficult to participate effectively in society without interfacing with these same channels that are supply chains for surveillance capitalism's data flows. And they exist all over in every facet. There was, I can't remember if it was the New York Times or Washington Post article recently, and they were talking about sort of CPAP machines for people with sleep apnea that send the data back to not only your health provider, but it gets somehow the insurance companies get a hold of it and then make decisions about whether or not they're going to, how much they are going to keep funding and reimbursing for you to have that CPAP machine if you're not using it right. And these are things that are happening, you know, totally outside of most of our purview. All the data that is being collected upon from us and shared, and then weaponized in various ways. How does this tie into our earlier point about the destruction of the environment? This is a region of Southern Oregon that 30 years ago never, ever had any wildfires, but now continually has wildfire outbreaks. And this one was from 2020, and it destroyed so much of the community there that was mostly a community of migrant farmers, because this is a big farming region. But I use it as a backdrop to talk about a point made by Paul Hawken long ago, where he said, every living system on Earth is in decline. Making matters worse, we are in the middle of a once-in-a-billion-year blowout sale of hydrocarbons. They are being combusted into the atmosphere at a rate that will effectively double glaze the planet within the next 50 years with unknown climatic results. The cornucopia of resources that are being extracted, mined, and harvested are so poorly distributed that 20% of the Earth's people are chronically hungry or starving, while the rest of the population, largely in the North, control and consume 80% of the world's wealth. Globally, we lose 25 billion tons of fertile topsoil every year, the equivalent of all the wheat fields in Australia. These critical losses are occurring while the world population is increasing at a rate of 90 million people per year. Quite simply, our business practices are destroying life on Earth. Given current corporate practices, not one wildlife reserve, wilderness, or indigenous culture will survive the global market economy. The land, water, air, and sea have been functionally transformed from life-supporting systems into repositories for waste. And that is really that which cannot be named, which we shy away from naming so often in the US and talking about, right, the market economy, neoliberal capitalism, and whatnot. And we are increasingly seeing its effects all across the globe. This is from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change's Sixth Assessment Report of 2022, where they wrote that human-induced climate change, including more frequent and intense extreme events, has caused widespread adverse impacts and related losses and damages to nature and people beyond natural climate variability. Widespread, pervasive impacts to ecosystems, people, and settlements and infrastructure have resulted from observed increases in the frequency and intensity of climate and weather extremes, including hot extremes on land and in the ocean, heavy precipitation events, drought and fire weather. These include increased heat-related human mortality, warm water coral bleaching and mortality, and increased drought-related tree mortality. Climate change has also caused substantial damages and increasingly irreversible losses in terrestrial, freshwater, and coastal and open ocean marine ecosystems. Some losses are already irreversible, such as the first species extinctions driven by climate change. Other impacts are approaching irreversibility, such as the impacts of hydrological changes resulting from the retreat of glaciers, or the changes in some mountain and Arctic ecosystems driven by permafrost. And the fact that we were having 80-degree temperatures here just a couple days ago, at the very end of October, right? But we find ourselves in a position where, as a population, we have governments that are unwilling to act in our best interests, despite whatever organizing we may do around the confluence of these issues. The important thing, and when we look at the 10 countries most vulnerable to climate change, most of them are countries that have majority people of color, and they're in the global south. Bangladesh is the first because of its extensive waterways and its location, and how the percentage of its land mass that is either at or below sea level. Guinea-Bissau is another. Similarly, and you can see like the extensive waterways that make up its coast and why it is so vulnerable to climate change. The Philippines is another. Cambodia as well. Democratic Republic of the Congo, Nigeria, Haiti, Thailand, and India. And if you look at that complete list, right, in Ethiopia, right, 4 of those countries are in Africa and are extremely under and extremely vulnerable to increased climate change that is being produced by our collective global behaviors. Yeah, I need some water pretty bad. But I'm doing all right. This is pictures of the mass flooding that was taking place in East Africa in December 2023. In Kenya, in Ethiopia, and I'm blanking on I think it was Eritrea. Thank you so much. All right. So how do we fight this global world system that is actually in the process of destroying us? We have recognized for a long time that racism is the moral ground of capitalism. From its inception, racism has provided the moral grounds of capitalism. By that, I mean in designating specific groups of people deemed legitimately exploitable, i.e. the concept that specific groups of people exist solely as an extractive resource and legitimately exploited to secure the enrichment of others. From this book that I just read, Cold Cages and Crisis, The Rise of the Prison Economy in Appalachia, the author, Judith Shett, argues that racism, a constitutive feature of capitalism, separates, moving some toward undervalued lives and premature deaths in order to enhance the health, longevity, reproduction, property, profits, and other gains of others, in the process producing a racialized and unequal social order. We remain ensnared in this global economic system in which everything and everyone is viewed as an extractive resource to devastating consequences. However, and here I turn back to Sylvia Wynter in her essay on mistaking the map for the territory in this book by Lewis Gordon and his wife, Jane Anna Gordon, Not Only the Master's Tools. Hitherto, in attempting to liberate ourselves from this order of consciousness that has brought this globalized world system into being, our focus has been on combating racism. However, in her essay, the full title of which is On How We Mistook the Map for the Territory and Re-Imprisoned Ourselves in Our Unbearable Wrongness of Being, of Des Êtres, Black Studies Toward the Human Project, Wynter argues that we actually got it wrong. As she points out, to be Black is to always be a hopelessly irredeemable other. In other words, that our stigmatized exclusion from the normalcy of the order is the very condition of the order's functioning. Instead, she insists that we must examine racism, our systemic stigmatized exclusion, as merely a map to deconstructing the discourses of man, or our present Western bourgeois and therefore biocentric order of being, aesthetic, knowledge, and correlated program of truth. How the hell are we going to do that? As she explains, in the same way as the lay humanist, then utopian point of view and its reinvention of man laid the basis for the new order that was to displace and replace that of Latin Christian medieval Europe. So the new utopian point of view, which takes the reality of our present wrongness of being, as the point of departure for the reinvention of the human in new, revalorizing, Fanonian terms, is the point of view that, erupting in its first phase in the text of the 1960s, and she's also referring to the anti-colonial movement here, not just the civil rights movement, thereby laid the groundwork, however incompletely and conflictually so, for the realization of the human project, and thereby of the new order that is imperatively to come, as one necessarily based on the recognition for the first time in human history that our collective agency and authorship of our narratively instituted genres of being human, and therefore of the production of all our societies, their role allocations and structuring hierarchies, together with the modes of material or economic provisioning, as well as of the order of knowledge, of truth, and of the aesthetic, each of which are as indispensable as the other to the autopoiesis or instituting of each genre of the human, of their eyes and their we's. So I would be the first one to admit, Sylvia Wynter loves a long sentence. And when I was her student, she is also like, doesn't know how to use a computer, didn't use a typewriter, wrote everything out by hand. She hired her students to come type this up for her in the afternoons. And this was an amazing way to learn and figure out how to like she was the original cut and paster. So she's writing it out by hand. She'll cut the paper and tape it to another piece of the paper. Like, I mean, that's how old school she was. She really lived in the books. But there's a number of references that she's making here. And at this point, later in her intellectual development, she's at the end there when she's referencing autopoiesis. That is the work of Chilean biologists. I'm going to mess up their name, but it's like Maturana and Varela. who wrote this book on autopoiesis, or sort of auto-instituting, the idea that we auto-institute our own order, but doing so always having to obscure the fact that it's us who are writing our own narratives that inscript us, right? And so the question then for us, how do we, if human orders have all acted this way, such that they are auto-instituting, such that they are auto-instituting, but always hiding from ourselves that our orders are auto-instituting, how do we liberate ourselves from that, right? And so then I close with Fanon, that each generation must, out of relative obscurity, discover its mission, fulfill it, or betray it. And what are we to do? Are we to continue to mistake the map for the territory? Or are we to really use racism as a map to go after what the true territory is, the discourses of man, the current episteme in which we live, one that has us always as its hopelessly irredeemable others, one that is also destroying the planetary environment, and one that would see everything as an exploitable and extractive resource, us included. And this is the point in our ambiguous adventure, where I feel like we really need to finally work this out. So thank you all for having me. It has really been my pleasure to be here with you this afternoon, and I'm happy to welcome questions and have a discussion. Escape so I can bring up our Zoom participants. Oh, sure.
Yeah, we can provide it with conference materials online.
I wanted to try to bring up the Zoom screen. Maybe I see I just stop share.
Share.
All right, there we go.
And we can.
Something we can do here.
Yeah, so please, questions or comments. There's a lot to consider here, so it may take a little bit of time for people to set themselves. Yes.
My name is Joe Munyanezo. I have a question which is going to relate to what you've been talking in the presentation. So there was a point that you mentioned an everywhere as someone who was French, an African who was working for the progress of the French people and their interests. So I see the African presidents, not all of them, but majority of them, they work in that kind of an everywhere perspective. So as a person who is an American and knows that he was from there in some way or another, so tell me, is there a way that we can get as more people as Malcolm X to start working in a project that we can get people from America, the one who worked for the civil rights and they won it, the one who fought that war and won it, get their experience to Africa so that they can fight against the oppression that Africa is facing right now. You've shown a map of Africa, but if you saw on the right, there was 3 islands: Comoros, Seychelles, and Mayotte. 2 of them, Mayotte and Comoros, they belong to France. France gets money from there. Yeah, France imposes tax from there, and yet people from there still wants to immigrate to France because they have worse life standards than the French people have. So I'm trying to show you the way that Africa is being oppressed, and the Check Africa, it's a podcast that always explains what's going on in Africa. It's a private one. So they once mentioned that France is getting on average each year $500 billion as money to France from Africa. And yet we say that we are hungry, we don't have food in Ethiopia or any other countries. So I want to hear your opinion on how can we get people who have experience from America to help Africa win or catalyze its journey to achieving its dream. How can we do that? I mean, why don't we have a lot of people like Malcolm X who were trying to unite the people from here and the people to the Africa so that they can catalyze the movement to the Africa's growth and development. Thank you so much.
Yeah. I'll speak in the mic so the folks online can hear me. Man, it's a great question. It's a tough question. It speaks to a number of things, like first of which, right, that colonialism is not past. It is still present and with us. And America is still a colonial power as well, right? Some of those former French colonies that America now claims as its own. The other thing, you know, our process of decolonization is not complete anywhere in the world. I don't think there's any group in the African diaspora that has successfully really completed decolonization in all its different facets, right? We still, in a lot of ways, are trapped within the system that understands what it means to be human in the terms that have been provided for us in the West. Like, we still want a big house in the suburbs. We want granite countertop. We want to drive a BMW or whatnot. And so it's an ongoing project, I think, for all of us, but particularly, right, for African Americans, we are grappling with the fact that we are not only colonized subjects, but also now beneficiaries of the American colonial project, right? That we are at the same time victims of it and as well as beneficiaries of it. And that grappling, I don't think we've done a good job with at all. You know, and so it's not just that, I mean, yeah, lighter skinned peoples in the United States have benefited more from the American colonial project, but particularly those of us in the Black middle classes, we now are enjoying some of the spoils of this history. And I don't think we've done a good job of grappling with that at all. And the kind of global spirit, that Pan-African spirit that folks like Malcolm had, folks like, you know, it has gone out of style largely with a lot of Americans, sadly, right? I don't see it talked about as much as it was 20 years ago. You know, when I was growing up, better yet, to the extent that it was in recognition during the 1960s, when you were seeing so many revolutions being accomplished, ostensibly shaking off the yoke of colonialism, but not completely so, right? That all of the anti-colonial movements of the continent, as well as our civil rights movement, were all half completed because we did not really go after the system of knowledge that had justified our always denigrated and demonized status. And that has been the work that we left on the table. And if anything, you know, what I'd like to push for and suggest is the realization that the true growth of a Pan-African like sensibility, as well as a pan-human sensibility, just to say that wherever we see the ravages of the global economic system, right, exploiting other people for our gain, whether it's the Filipinos who are, man, their conditions on fishing boats are like absolutely horrible. So like all the food that's on our table, whether it's migrant farm workers, whether it's people from Southeast Asia on fishing boats, the clothes on our back, all areas, all facets of our life still depend on someone being exploited for our benefit. And we're all wearing, right, like the fruit of someone's exploitation. And we haven't fully grappled with that. Neither us in the United, us anywhere, we haven't fully grappled with that. How do we make sure that we say, we don't want to just, you know, be a part of that where we're beneficiaries, but we actually need to stop that system.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I'm gonna take the prerogative to ask a question or make a comment. So first of all, thank you very much for a very expansive and thought-provoking presentation. And as you were speaking, I was reflecting on the central concept of the meeting, epistemic violence, and the various ways that people have talked about it today. So I think somebody in an earlier presentation had cited Spivak's definition, which seemed to me, at least as presented today, to focus more on the othering kind of idea. Most of the time when I have conversations with colleagues in the field of psychology, they understand it kind of in this term of epistemic exclusion, so it's not including certain knowledges. But I mean, what you're suggesting to me, I think, is that even, and it's something I think as well, that even the point is not necessarily the exclusion of certain kinds of knowledge, but what our participation in the project, but inclusion in the project itself is a kind of violence, because the form of the standard of toward which we include is one that's also problematic.
Yeah.
And so you just described, so then a question for you, maybe you can help me frame it. One question there then is, I'm interested to know a little bit more about your conception of epistemic violence. The second question has to do with the field of psychology. So thinking through what you just suggested about how food on our table, clothes on our back, we participate in this reproduction of oppression in order to pursue a particular kind of lifestyle. So if I talk to, I have the same kind of idea about psychology, but if I talk to sometimes psychology folks, and even myself, there's a distinction one can make between a materialist and a not materialist. So psychologists might say, yes, 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 but we're talking about something that's not like a economic growth or material growth or material expansion of self, but a kind of psychological expansion of self. And the question then is does this escape that kind of analysis, or is that kind of psychological expansion of self also built upon the same kind of exploitation that we're talking about in terms of it's more material?
That's a great question. You know, I first have to, I want to deconstruct, right, the concept of psychological enhancement. Just in the fact that realizing that psychology is one of those disciplines elaborated upon the discourses of man. And one of the reasons that I love I love Fanon so much, right, is of course his insights into realizing that the way Western psychology had constructed itself was woefully incomplete, and not being able to consider, right, what are the social determinants of individual fall, right? And so when you ask that question and pose that, when we're thinking about our psychological enhancement, I always go back to thinking that in itself has to be a social project. It can't be an individual thing, right? It has to be a collective thing. And I think that's the main challenge. Like, how do we really get that enhancement on a collective level in an age of weaponized misinformation? And that makes it seem even more dire, right? Because we are in that age of weaponized misinformation.
Thank you, Dr. Glenn, for the very engaging presentation, speech. My question is, in this current paradigm of data and information mining, what is your prescription as to how we, especially the young, can engage usefully, especially when we are seeing advancements, and then we are thinking about where we are from and what is needed over there. And we're also trying to see if we can expatriate some of those gains to those, to the people we've left back home.
Yes.
What is your prescription as to how best we can engage with these paradigm of data mining?
That's a hard one. And you know, my younger nieces and nephews and everything, students, you know, they like, you're just a Luddite. Like you just, because I've you know, mainly stopped like trying to and cut off all my social media accounts, like it won't put any apps on my phone. They're like, you need this app to do this. I'm like, I won't do it. No, I'm not gonna do it. And I know the few apps that I have on there are already collecting my data and they're sold to everybody. But you know, in some ways it feels really fruitless. But then in the other way, you like, at least I'm doing something, and that I guess that psychs me out into thinking that I'm fighting back, right? It's a real hard one because we have also seen how these technologies have enhanced our ability to protest, to organize, to stay connected, and I couldn't deny any of that at all. And facilitated ways to shift resources quickly to people and family members in need, right? Like the Cash Apps and the what are the other ones? I'm blanking on, right? The Venmos and all that. Like, yeah, the GoFundMe, right? You know, I can't deny that there is a very important utility to these technologies. The conundrum we find ourselves in is that the utility is whether or not the utility is makes it worth all the detracting factors, right, of how it continues to further, right, an overall global economic project that is ultimately destroying us. And we don't have like an easy answer for that. But to realize that that global economic system, as long as what we're doing is serving the global economic system, ultimately, we're going to lose.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Glenn, for amazing presentation. Your conversation about the surveillance state really kind of reminded me of a New York Times article from 2012 about a teenage girl who received sent coupons for a baby. Oh yeah.
I read that article, scared to mess up.
Yeah, because Target had found a way to identify factors and things that people are looking for in their database. And just by looking for those, they can predict when you're pregnant. So this teenage girl was exposed to her father because he was upset that she had received these personally addressed coupons. So this idea of the surveillance state is getting out of the bed. The cat's out of the bag. The Pandora's box has been opened. This seems to be a big theme to our presentation. There's a very spirited conversation this morning about the earlier panels about AI technology, what AI can do for Africa. So is AI a tool that can be used? Can we use the master's tools for African advantage, or are we going to be continuing to be subjugated by these new technologies?
You know, as by the quoting of the book, not only the master's tools right at the end, I'm really skeptical. And for those of you who didn't read that New York Times article, so Target had set its IT team with a task, and they said, can you tell us when someone is expecting a baby? And they did so because they realized that that was a time in people's lives where their shopping habits would change and their brand loyalty would change. So they said, if this is a key time where a person's brand loyalty can change, and if we can track them and know when they might be expecting a baby and somehow pull them in, we can get them to be a customer for life. And so what they started doing, right, is linking your credit card information to your purchases, and then seeing if ever you made certain types of purchases that would flag you as somebody who was likely expecting a child. And the first thing they did was they sent you all coupons for baby stuff, and it freaked people out, right? People were like, freaked them out. So they got tricky with it. And that's the same thing, like sort of Google's policy is like, you can't let people know to what degree they're being followed, because it will freak them out. So what Target did was they just sent them a book of a whole lot of various coupons that just happened to have some baby stuff in there. And that way people thought it was random, didn't know that they were being specifically targeted, and then found those baby coupons among like something for a lawnmower and some laundry detergent or whatever, right? And they went right in and used them, and they increased their customer base in doing so. And that's still, and so all, like now that's a common practice throughout, you know, the economic world. So anytime you have your little scan thing, when you go to the grocery store or something like that, like they are tracking you to figure out what you're buying and to try to not only, you know, the prediction of your future purchases is not, I think, the Holy Grail. The Holy Grail is the manufacture of consent, right? And that to me is the scariest part. You know, I don't so much care if you know that I'm going to need a certain product or be wanting a certain product at a certain time. What I care about is the curating of information to me in a specific way to generate a specific consciousness and a specific perspective on a person, a policymaker, a policy, right, or whatever. And that's the really scary part that I think AI is just really going to open the Pandora's box for. And that because of the nature of neoliberal capitalism, right, if any technology has a use that can be profitable, right, even if it's for nefarious purposes, there will always be somebody to come in and use it for that. And that's happened over and over again with every single new technology that we've ever had. And we never stop to say, you know, we always like hype up what are the beneficial purposes. And we always play down the fact that, of course, this is going to be, you know, what happens. There's going to be, you know, same way with the internet, there's more pornography on it than anything else, but we've hyped it up to it's all about empowerment and, you know, your own information. So I'm scared. And I can't figure out what my students are, you know, if they're being genuine in the essay prompts that I give them. And I stop trying.
Last, we're gonna combine anybody that wants to ask or say something really quick. We got Sean here and we got me. Then you wanna?
Well, thank you, Jason. It was as great as I expected, so thank you very much. You always take us on a journey. So look, I'm going to come back to the social media question and misinformation and disinformation, if that's the topic that we're looking at. You know, going back to Carter G. Woodson and the educational aspect, you know, and how, you know, it's a counter response, right? You're creating a counter public and trying to push information out there that creates a counter narrative, counter everything. So that's what I'm trying to say. But then we've got, you know, the example of Kenya this last summer, right? And the youth using social media to respond to the state and get the information out of what's happening and drive their protests, right? So in that sense, for a brief moment, we have a positive aspect of the way that social media is using and how they're using it to correct disinformation, and quite successfully, right? And it showed when you watch those interviews actually with the students as well, the youth, they were very savvy, right? They were very, you know, it almost gave me a hope for the future for a brief moment, right? And so where do we come in with that? It's always, you know, there are all these problems with technology, with surveillance and everything, and people were also attacked, surveilled by putting that information, but it reached the world, right? And so what do we do then?
Yeah, I think we have two more people going. Jermaine, and we'll let you take
Any comments?
Okay.
So when you said AI, it hit a nerve, or IA, whatever it is, artificial intelligence, because you're talking about proprietorship, and to me, that's a new form of colonialism.
Mhm.
And I don't think even my grandkids, I swear I have this conversation every week with them. You put that stuff on social media, some company owns it now. I don't care what you think, what you say. Somebody else owns what you just TikToked and thought that you were the greatest star in the world about, right? And so where does that leave us? Is it gonna be a new layer of colonialism that goes beyond nation state? And again, that's gonna be mostly European, American, Angloized kind of colonialism. So to me, our lack of knowledge about Big Brother got lost somewhere in the generation between my children and my grandchildren. And we're all doomed to colonialism at this point. It just won't be on a nation state level. I hate to be a nihilist, but it seems that way.
Mhm.
You talk about weaponization of misinformation. We sometimes contribute to this widespread of misinformation, therefore contributing to the weaponization of misinformation. Can you give us some ways to help us understand how not to willingly or unwillingly funnel through this misinformation channel?
All right. So I'll start with Sean's question. You know, those instances such as what happened in Kenya, they do give me hope. What I worry about is the long term, right? Like, so the tracking of folks' participation in that and how it might manifest itself down the line in ways that we don't know. Like, because we do know that the state